I'm in second place and you passed me. What place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you passed me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Good morning, everybody. What up, Bronze, most hated flat power god in the building? What's going on, Emperor Kojak also in the building? I want to get, but before we even get started, before we even hit all of the stream stuff, I'm making my coffee. I suggest everybody go get theirs too. But I want to wish all of the mothers, soon to be mothers, grandmothers, happy Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying? Happy Mother's Day, for real. And shout out to all of y'all. You know, Kojak said not the deadbeat, not the deadbeats. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the strags or whatever. That's cool. A lot of them still mothers too. Happy Mother's Day for them. Not a problem. But as far the deadbeats, whatever, the hell with you. But nah, man. Shout out to all of the mothers. You know what I'm saying? What up? You know what I'm saying? Low key. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to LFG. Low key 93. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Nah, man. I just wanted to say happy Mother's Day. I did drop the link. I'll be dropping that periodically. Be coming on camera a little bit later. Once I get this coffee done and you know what I'm saying, the headset kind of charges up and all of that stuff. You know, had a few different topics that we wanted to talk about, but I'm gonna get into a rant in a moment unless anybody wants to hit the panel. and kind of just say things. I want everybody to know for the next couple of hours or hour or so that we up here, those that are mothers, y'all are going to take precedence. So if y'all want to go ahead and switch up the topic, y'all are more than welcome to do so. If y'all want to give stories about your mothers and whatever, when it comes to mothers, all of that stuff's going to take precedence over any of this other shit that I'm talking about today, because Mother's Day is one day a year. We'll usually be doing something similar for Father's Day, and stuff like that. So y'all just go ahead and enjoy the view. That is real. That is not AI. That is my patio. That's right outside. If you know me, you know that. Same spot for a long time, and we ain't going nowhere no time soon. So let me just get into this rant while my headset's charging and I'm making this pot of coffee, right? Shout out to the New York Knicks. Y'all see my avatar. I'm not even going to talk about that. Knicks is up 3-0 right now. 3-0. And we'll be playing the game 4 later on. The reason why I ain't really go live about that, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but it is what it is. We're about to handle business. Okay, handle business, because the job is not done. We still got stuff to do. I also want to give a shout out to Big Duke. Shout out to Big Duke. Shout out to Chucky Brown. OGJ Speed. Mr. Fantastic even hit up the panel yesterday. If y'all don't know who Chucky Brown is, Chucky Brown used to play in the NBA, played for multiple teams. He played for the Charlotte Hornets, played for the Atlanta Hawks, played for the Cleveland Cavaliers, played for a few different teams. And we actually had a panel yesterday on Big Dukes, where we sat up there and pretty much just talked a lot of basketball. So you guys, if you're able, make sure you go over there, check out the replay. It wasn't a very long stream, but it was definitely a interesting panel to have, and very, very, just interesting stuff to talk about, just state of the modern day NBA and a bunch of other stuff. So y'all make sure y'all check that out. What up? Shaka Nulu also in the building. Shout out to New. Shout out to the Kickback Queen 5 in the building too. And shout out to you. Betty Boop. But again, and I'll be saying this periodically throughout the course of the stream. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, the soon-to-be mothers, the grandmothers, the great-grandmothers, all of that. Shout out to all of y'all, what the fuck will we do, without you? What will we do without you? And that's one of the reasons why this isn't going to be one of those super long, coffee and chill streams, because I got to go spend some time with my mother today, I gotta go spend some time with my mother today, and I'm glad to do it. It's gonna be fun. So in a moment, I'm gonna link up with my brother. We're gonna go over to Mom's house, and we're gonna go hang out, chill, relax a little bit, because that's usually how she likes to spend her Mother's Day. So she gets that day. She gets that day, and she gets to spend it however it is she wants to do it. Now, something that I did want to discuss. All right. So I saw something. Now, I'm not going to slow down with this. I'm going to get me a little rant off, right? While I'm up here by myself and I'm able to go uninterrupted, because I saw something last night, and it's something that's common that you see a lot in these spaces, right? You see it a lot. I don't know if people are just naive, gullible, stupid, or they like to insult the intelligence of everybody around them. I don't know. But real shit, it does kind of just irk my nerves, right? And I'm going to do everything I can, not to say names, because, what's up, Big Brenda? Because I don't want to make everything about these folks on this lovely, beautiful Mother's Day, right? Because these folks really don't deserve that attention. But at the same time, I saw a stream get reviewed. I actually saw a review of a review, up there. And people have seen the same play run by the same players over and over and over again, and they pretend as if they don't know what the fuck is coming. Like, it's one thing to just be like, and then I'm kind of use like a sports comparison. It's one thing if you just can't stop a motherfucker from scoring. I get that. Some people are just that sick with it. You just can't stop them. They're gonna do it anyway. You know it's coming, but you can't stop it. Type shit. But don't bullshit like you don't know the play. Don't bullshit like you don't know the play. Like, don't bullshit like you don't know Kareem about to hit the sky hook. Bullshit like you don't know. Kobe's about to, turn around, fade away. Has he pull up? Like, that's what he do. Like, that's what they do. But these people will continue to bullshit as if they don't know. For example, I see a person up on this shit that's doing the same shit that they've done multiple times to multiple motherfuckers, right? Share screen. I'm gonna show you text messages. I'm gonna air a motherfucker out. Show the whole world out here, yeah. All right. You see that shit over and over again. What up, Nisa B? Shout out to Nisa Beauty in the building. But no, you see the same shit, right? Over and over again. They do this shit. Been doing this shit for years, right? Years. Multiple motherfuckers. And then when people get sick of getting fucked with, they're able to show their receipts of this person with there's some compromising images. That's the term we're gonna use. We're gonna use the term compromising images. Now, I get it. I don't expect fish to do shit but swim. People, dumb motherfuckers gonna do dumb motherfucker shit. Stupid motherfuckers gonna do stupid motherfucker shit. It is what it is. That's what people gonna do, right? They're gonna do that. But when I see folks flood a chat box and come up on the panel and talk as if they don't know what the fuck is going on when that shit is blatantly right in front of them. Not just because you can have enough common sense to see the shit, but because motherfucker done did this shit over and over again. That's it. Fourth quarter. 6 seconds left. Everybody knows where the ball is going. Like, are you fucking serious? Where's it gonna go? Who's gonna take the shot? Fuck out of here. I don't know. Can you guys school us? You don't know. Like, come on, man. That's why, look, and I'm even willing to pay a couple of dollars to put a comment like that in colors when I say I don't know if these folks are just dumb as fuck, stupid, or they're pretending to be. Either way, I can't be around this shit. I know I done already said, like, yo, this is an idiocracy. It is what it is. People have extremely low IQs. It's just that. And I don't expect people to get on their genius shit and just just like Sherlock Holmes and connect the dots and all of that other stuff. I don't even expect people to go to those lengths and become private investigators and shit, you know, and just figure it all out. But once you see the same play over and over again from the same motherfucker, man, to just come up here and to just come up here and say you don't know what's going on. I'm getting to this point right here that people just pretending to be dumb as fuck. And real shit, either they pretending to be dumb as fuck, they are dumb as fuck, or they think that everybody else is dumb as fuck. Either way, that shit is extremely insulting. Like that's where we are at this point. Like that shit is just extremely insulting. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with all of y'all, man. Y'all are better than me, man. I can't deal with that shit. I can't. Like I got the fuck from around somebody, and if they still decide to keep coming up in my goddamn face, I'm about to slap the fuck out of somebody. Like real shit. Like for real, get the fuck from around me. Get the fuck from around me. You're a goddamn idiot. And no, I'm not gonna fucking sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna come down to your fucking level. You're a goddamn idiot, which makes you a liability in life. Now I'll be real. I didn't know it was that many folks on Earth that could be that fucking stupid. I really didn't. But then you come into these damn spaces and you realize that shit ain't even just like, it ain't just a lot of stupid motherfuckers, you know? It's the majority of stupid motherfuckers. Like I didn't know that common sense makes you the abnormal one. Like if y'all have the feelings as if you just don't fit into a lot of these spaces that you be in, trust me, don't take it personally. You know, it's probably because you're not a fucking idiot your goddamn self. For real. That's likely why. You know? Because the insults are just through the roof. Yeah. Now, if you know anything about me, I usually don't tell folks everything that I'm about to do. You know, number one, because people can sabotage the goddamn, you know what I'm saying, the plan. That's one thing people do that shit out of just, you know, just pure, whether it's emotion, jealousy, or just a destructive mentality, or whatever the case may be. You know. Forgive me, I'm making coffee now, or just because they're fucking stupid. These people just find things to fuck up. I usually don't tell folks, you know, what the plan is, but if you've been around me for long enough, you know there's one thing that, look, I can't even hide the shit. Like, I can't even hide the shit. I will hit the fucking roof. Like, I will hit the roof. Like, if you really want to fucking troll me, and I'm gonna give y'all the MO right here. Right here, I'm going to give y'all the game plan right now. I'm going to give you the strategy. If you really want to, quote unquote, get me out my body, if you want me to fucking snap, lose it, go the fuck off on your ass, just insult my intelligence, man. And I don't mean call me stupid, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. You know, an idiot calls me stupid, I don't take that shit personally. You're a fucking idiot. And I'm not even going to try to explain to you or show you that I'm not. Like, fuck out of here. You wouldn't see it anyway. You're an idiot. I don't care about that. Right? It's when motherfuckers will literally come right up in your face, quack, 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 and then try to tell me that I ain't no duck. It's like, motherfucker, you quacking like one, motherfucker. Hey, you been quacking like one. Yeah, but I ain't no duck. I ain't no duck. I'm a dog. I ain't no duck. I'm a dog. Like, no, you ain't no fucking dog, because dogs don't quack. They bark. And you just been quacking. But I'm a dog because I say I'm a dog. Quack, 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 quack. You ain't never heard a dog that quacks? Like, no, bitch. Ducks quack. But you got a bunch of idiots, dog, in these spaces that are like, yeah, but they're saying they're a dog, man. You gotta kind of believe them, yo. I mean, well, we don't really know. I mean, they could be a dog. I mean, just because I ain't never seen a dog that quacks don't mean there ain't no dog that quacks. I mean, it could still be a dog, yo. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, maybe that's the New York in me. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, for real. They're a fucking idiot. And that shit, at this point, it's not even an insult. Motherfuckers is just calling that shit what the fuck it is. A spade's a spade. So, when I see this shit, and I see folks do the same shit, try to either jump in front of shit, spin narratives, and just get people to believe what the fuck they want them to believe, and all of this other shit. And it's like, bro, you can say whatever you want, but you can't tell me that I don't see what the fuck is in front of me. And other people are like, yeah, but I can't see it, even though it's right in front of me. Nah, bro. Get help. Get help. And there's nothing the school can teach you about this shit. Like, for real. How many times were you dropped on your head as an infant? How many dents do you have in your cranium? Are you deliberately slow? And I know that might come off as condescending to a lot of folks, but to me, I don't even give a shit, man. I don't. Stay the fuck from around me, man. And it don't have nothing to do with no loyalty or any of that shit, because y'all know me, man. I don't give a fuck who anybody supports, you know, what type of content they like to consume, or whatever entertains you. Go ahead and be entertained by it. You know, I'm thankful for any support, any viewership, anything that I get from anybody, regardless of what the fuck they do in their spare time, whether I'm live, I done uploaded a video or not. Has nothing to do with that shit. It's just, you are going to be extremely uncomfortable around me. And chances are you're going to make me uncomfortable, because I don't know how to be comfortable in a room full of idiots. I don't. And I'm pretty sure a room full of idiots cannot be comfortable around me. Like, I got enough sense to realize what the fuck is up. Because part of me is like, you know what? I'm looking at this shit, kind of looking around, you know, chat boxes running with all this shit going on. People like, hey, I don't know but I don't know, and maybe it's this, and maybe it's that, and you know, I don't know, and you know, all of this other shit, when the shit right there, and I'm like, you know what? It's pretty simple. You know, it's late night, Saturday night, and these motherfuckers are literally their only goddamn companionship and friendship. A bunch of motherfuckers on the internet. Like, when in actuality, when real reality states that you're in a fucking room by yourself. Likely in a room by your fucking self. So I know it's not even just me that doesn't want to be around you. Likely nobody in real life wants to be around you. You have to find a public fucking chat box or a public open panel to go and spend your time at. You know? Because if people have the option to willingly deal with you, they will choose something else. No? And judging by the way you motherfuckers move, the way you motherfuckers think, and the way you motherfuckers talk, I cannot blame them. I can't blame them. You know? Like, I really can't. Damn shame, man. So on a lovely Monday, that's when you ask yourself, it's like, there used to be a saying, right? Nigga, take that shit like seriously. It's a heart. It's like, mama ain't raising no fools. Like, mama ain't raised you no fools. Notice, you don't really hear that shit no more. You don't even hear that shit no more. People don't even say that shit. Because these stupid motherfuckers know goddamn well they mother raised a goddamn idiot. Raised a fucking idiot. But to each his own. To each his own. And don't worry, I'm not even gonna review that shit because it's stupid. Like, it's really fucking dumb. It's really dumb. The parties involved are extremely dumb. You know? But when I see narratives get spun and shit like that, and I'm not gonna say it's not, I'm not gonna say it's impossible, right? To spin a narrative with me. I mean, I'm human too. You know what I'm saying? I see things sometimes. I see shit that might not necessarily be there. I might, you know, kind of assess the situation and not quite see things exactly the way they are or something like that. But look, some shit just be extremely obvious, right? It just be extremely obvious, like. And if I know somebody has a history of lying, making shit up, spinning fucking narratives to try to save face, right? To try to save face and maintain a goddamn image on this bitch. I'm smart enough not to really believe shit that they have to say anymore. Like, so for real, like, it doesn't matter what the fuck you say. There is no tell. Well, tell me more. I don't know who's telling the truth and who doesn't. Oh, I don't give a fuck who's telling the truth. I know you have a history of not really telling the motherfucking truth. So I ain't listening to you. Matter of fact, I'll just wash my hands of the entire shit because it really doesn't make sense. I don't know. All of you motherfuckers can be lying for all I fucking know. But I know your ass is lying. So what the fuck's the purpose of listening to this shit? Like, this shit literally, like, kind of made my head hurt, you know, after a while. So I say the same shit that I put in the comment thread last night. I actually paid to send it, right? Put it in the super chat. I wanted to do it out loud. Look, you're either dumb as fuck or you're pretending to be. Either way, I'm fucking good. Like, if you, hey, anybody that's going to fucking pretend to be dumb as fuck is insulting my fucking intelligence. Like, you're literally insulting me because you think that I would believe that shit. Or you're just dumb as fuck, which makes you a fucking liability. in my vicinity. Either way, there is no benefit to keeping you around or being around you. Like there's no benefit whatsoever. None. Now I get it. You know, the drama and shit like that, that shit brings views and it brings attention and shit like that. But bro, at some point, fuck, how long you gonna make shit up? Like just make shit up. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What up, Exile One? Salute. You know, salute. But yeah, and we just hanging out on this lovely Mother's Day. Give me a second. Gotta change my audio. I'm not gonna be up here very long. So if anybody wants to come up, shout out the lovely mothers on Mother's Day. You're allowed to do that. What up, Exile One?
Yo, what up, Aunt? Happy Mother's Day to the good mothers, and flip the script on the bad ones. Go fuck y'allself.
That's what's up.
What you got up?
Bad ones. I'm not even gonna say nothing fucked up to them. I just, leave them be, bro. Leave them be.
I will. They be saying something to bad dads.
Yeah.
And they should. And they should.
But nah, man, what's good with you, man? You got any well, you gave a Mother's Day shout out, man. You got any Mother's Day stories or any words of wisdom or anything, man? Anything. Like I said, it's open panel, open topic. A few things that I could talk about. So I'm talking about Kodak Black with his little thing going on, some other shit, maybe even, talk a little sports, anything you want, bro. You got the floor.
Nah, I want to hear about this Kodak stuff. Kodak's interesting. What do you got going on right now?
Oh, nah. Well, he was brought up on charges for trafficking. That happened. And he is down here in sunny South Florida, and I think he just had like some kind of arraignment the other day. So I'll be more than happy to pull it up right here. Just bear with me one moment here. Just pull that up.
It's a chill morning, man. Seems like nobody's up yet.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I was just hanging out on my patio. I saw the view out there. You know what I'm saying? That's real. Palm trees all of it. So, just hanging out. Got the laptop still out there because I would have been up earlier. StreamYard was StreamYard. I don't know what the fuck was going on with that. I knew I wanted to open up the panel, so I wasn't going to go live without StreamYard.
Yeah, I like the new features, but for the up price, they could have fixed the bugs first.
Well, bro, it actually added more bugs. Like,
I know.
I don't know. Now
people with iPhones are having. My bad, didn't mean to cut you off, but people with iPhones are having all kinds of problems with StreamYard now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, every time. Afterwards, it always asks you, like, what could they do to possibly make it better? Stuff like that. So I always say, I always give something. And usually, bro, everything that I've requested, they usually give it. Like they gave us, I didn't even ask for the teleprompter. They gave the teleprompter feature, let you change some fonts. I remember back in the day, we wanted that co-hosting feature because Zoom had it. Some of the other streaming platforms had it, but StreamYard didn't have it. And they finally gave it. So now, because of all the corn bombs and shit that people are getting, we need a feature where we can disable people's cameras.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
That
we
way
need to
you can still have the visual for everyone, just that person's camera's forced off.
Yeah, bro, we need to be able to just totally disable people's cameras. Just totally,
Yeah,
well, not disable your camera, but just not allow you to cam up, whatever. I mean, it does have the option to like not let people that aren't cammed up in there, or just not even like show the bot. But we should just be able to make it so you don't even have the option to cut the camera on. You know?
yeah, facts. I mean, especially if, as the host of the panel, you're responsible for anything that happens on the panel.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of, I mean, let's just keep it real. Who really uses StreamYard to record videos and shit like that? Like, that's rare. You know what I'm saying? It's rare. Most people don't. So people use StreamYard to live stream more often than not. So, it's live. Like, once the shit happened, you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So I think that would make sense. But here's Kodak, right here. He appeared before a judge. The captions.
Cases State of Florida versus Bill Capri, 2026 CF 6084.
Bradford Cohen on behalf of Bill Capri, Judge.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. If you can just tell me your name and your date of birth.
Yeah, sir.
All right. Date of birth.
June 11, 1997.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Capri, you are here for your initial appearance. You were arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant, so probable cause was previously determined by Judge Murphy. We are here for purposes of today for determining your bond and as well as conditions of bond. Before we do that, is there anything that the defense wishes to add?
I do, Judge. I just want to point out a couple things with the arrest and the affidavit for arrest. I know that PCOs are to be found.
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, I always like to make the court aware of the strength or weakness of the case, because I think that goes towards the bond. In this case, Judge, this happened in November. Oh, before I get to that, we also self-surrendered for the court's edification. We self-surrendered. He was in California. I had him fly back specifically for this case. I was notified by the U.S. Marshal Service and given the opportunity to surrender him. U.S. Marshal Service was beyond professional in this case, just for the record. But if you read the affidavit that is attached to the warrant, Judge, essentially what happened here was there was two vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Neither of the vehicles are registered to Mr. Capri personally. An officer approaches the vehicles. One vehicle, he says, smells like marijuana. He searches that vehicle, finds something in that vehicle that is unrelated to Mr. Capri. The second vehicle, and he doesn't even see Mr. Capri on the scene at this point. The second vehicle, they then inspect. There's one person in that vehicle. There's two bags next to that person, both in the passenger side of the vehicle. One bag has drugs in it and some other items. The other,
I believe this was on Friday morning, if I'm not mistaken. You get a look at this.
They run in through the court system quick then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's been in jail since I forget where he's locked up, but he was you know what I'm saying, awaiting a bond hearing. It's for drug trafficking and shit. He's been in since like November, late December.
Oh, okay. That's about normal speed then.
Amazing, bro. I feel kind of bad, man. Don't fucking be forgetting about these motherfuckers locked the fuck up, bro.
Bro, for real, I've been listening to some of his new music. Didn't even know that he was locked up again. He be doing the most.
Yeah, this time I guess this lawyer trying to say, hey, it really wasn't nothing. We'll listen to some more of it. What up, Reek Money? We'll listen to some more of it.
Yeah, so far it's not sounding so strong of a case.
But I was like, damn, bro. Damn, they had your ass in, and this a bond hearing? Like, you done been in there that fucking long, bro? A fucking bond here? That's fucked up, bro.
other bag has what he initially says, and he doesn't put this in his affidavit. He initially says that he tests it, and it tests as 27 grams of cocaine, which is just under the trafficking amount of 28 grams. When he then sends it in, allegedly, it becomes MDMA. So I also have his original report that says when he originally tested it, it tested as cocaine. Inside that bag, there's some items that he says belong to Mr. Capri, an identification and some paperwork. He then sends things off to get printed. None of the things in that bag come back to Mr. Capri as his fingerprints. I think there were several latent prints taken off. None of them match Mr. Capri. At that point, then Mr. Capri approaches the officer and is now on the scene, was not in the vehicle, and doesn't make any admission that the bag is his or anything like that. The officer then goes one step further and goes on Mr. Capri's Instagram, and on one picture in his Instagram, there's a picture of him standing next to a bag that looks like the bag that was in the car. Now, I know PC was already found, so I'm not going to argue PC, but it's really screaming at me, but I won't argue it. But I mean, the case law on this is so very clear. And I use two very, very, I think, esteemed cases. One of them is Edmond v. State, and the other one is McCrae v. State. And I'll just give you a very brief on it.
Right. So let me ask you this before we get into the case.
Yes.
One, has a copy been given to the state?
I'll give her a copy. I'm sorry.
Because certainly last thing we want to do is have a hearing by ambush.
I use these in a lot of the construction cases, construction possession cases. So the Edmond case is kind of an amazing case. The police raid a house on a warrant. The guy's hiding in the closet with wet cocaine next to him in a hole that his head is within 1 foot of the hole. On the stove is cooking cocaine. Next to the stove is his ID and some paperwork. In a bedroom in the house is more paperwork that belongs to him. The court found that's still not enough for constructive possession. It's kind of an amazing case, and I'll give you the exact site for it, but it's Edmond v. State, and the state has a copy of it.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop that for a second. What in the fuck, bro?
Damn.
Can you make any sense of that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I guess he didn't have a deed to the place he was at, but even though his paperwork and everything was there around the evidence, the courts ruled that there wasn't substantial evidence to say that it belonged to him. So they're saying just because his bag was in the car, if none of the items were in that specific bag, and that was just the bag set next to that bag, that doesn't make it Kodak's bag. Even though he's standing next to a bag in a picture, that still doesn't make it Kodak's bag.
I would agree. That's the case that the defense attorney is making, right? But like again, I see what's right in front of me. I see one of the hottest rappers in the world, right? I see one of the hottest rappers in the world next to a bag of fucking crack, or next to some crack getting cooked on a stove, and pretty much an ounce of blow. Let's keep it real. It was an ounce because y'all done tooted up fucking a gram of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that the court ruled on that, because I mean, I would assume if there's cocaine cooking to crack on the stove and that's the only person around and he's wet and it takes water and baking soda to cook that coke to crack, that's his crack.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, oh, cocaine cook. I was like, they got crack. What the fuck you talking about, dog? Like, what the fuck? Like, you one of the hottest rappers in the world, bro. What the fuck you in a room with this shit for? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, but he's just arguing that case where it should have been clear evidence on some guy in Edmond versus, but I mean, it wasn't enough.
For example, they don't even want to be in a fucking room with no, or somebody that has a job they don't want to lose. They don't even want to be in a room where they could possibly pick up some secondhand smoke, bro. You know, motherfuckers don't want to test positive. It's like, bro, what's the purpose in even being around that shit for, bro?
There's people when anything illegal is going down at all, they don't want to be around, because there's laws that says if you're around and don't report, you're just as much of an accomplice to the crime.
Yeah. I mean, I get it, man. You know, you charge the dude with trafficking and shit like that. Maybe the charges are kind of, you know, trumped up and shit because you getting the bigger name in the case and all that other stuff. But I just don't. Like, this is what I say. There's a difference between blame and accountability. Like, even if it's not yours or whatever.
But even Edmond versus the state, you got to think, did that man in that case have priors? Because Kodak, he does have priors.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, more than likely, even if that's not your shit, you funding that shit. If these niggas is around you, most of them ain't got their own dough like that. Like, they around you because you funding whatever the fuck they doing.
Yeah, facts.
I just don't understand why you, like, bro, you kind of made it, motherfucker. Like, even if you got to keep up this facade and this image or whatever to stay hot, then you ain't really got to do that shit, bro. Rappers been faking that shit for the longest. I wouldn't want to be near that shit, bro.
Even if the record labels robbing you, I mean, people put you all with game on how to sell your NFTs, how to make your mixtapes and shit look, you know, look like mixtapes, but that's really your main fire. You know, people put you on the game to still make money in the lane you in. Why you want to switch lanes back to a lane that you was originally trying to get away from?
That's what I was about to say. I mean, look, I grew up in the 90s and shit. And what up, Bargoff? Salute, bro. You know, shout out to Bargoff. I might talk some sports in a little bit. I don't know. It's Mother's Day, so I wanted to keep the panel open for the mothers. And shout out to the mothers, too. At any time, any mothers, you guys want to come up, anything y'all want to talk about, y'all are able to do that. No matter what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? We'll probably, like, finish, you know what I'm saying, wrap up whatever topic and talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Even if you want to go on a soliloquy, whatever the case may be, we'll let you do that. We'll let you do that. I'm not going to be up here all day, though. I'm not going to be up here all day. But, you know, for real.
Yeah, I'm not neither shit. I got some beautiful women in my life. I got to go celebrate Mother's Day.
Yeah. I sent my text out this morning. I'm going to go, you know, hang out with mom, you know what I'm saying, for the afternoon. I'm a Knicks fan. My mom is a Knicks fan, too. You know what I'm saying? Just as big a Knicks fan as me. So we're gonna watch the Knicks game. That's what she's gonna want to do that with her sons. So
yeah, I'm gonna take my mom's a plate of some soul food, take my old lady out to have some soul food, and probably my daughter, because my daughter just had a grandchild for me about a year ago, and she's pregnant with my second grandchild. So
man, congratulations, bro. Congratulations. Your grandfather, dog. Congrats, dog.
Yep. Now I just gotta see my grandbabies grow up, and then if the Lord calls me home after that, I feel blessed.
And you know what? That's something that I said a lot of dudes we don't talk about enough in the space. And it's not just about having grandchildren. You want to be able to spend as much time with your grandchildren as possible, and then your great grandchildren if possible. You know. Like I think
facts. I mean, I was lucky enough to know my great grandmother from her age of 101 to 104 when she passed.
That's what's up. Yeah, like I didn't meet my great grandmother. I met, you know, my great grandfather didn't die until I was a teenager. He didn't pass away until I was a teenager.
And that was my great grandmother. I was good friends with my great grandmother and my grandmother. That was my best friend.
Yeah. But I mean, I think about it like this, and I don't want to like really shift it on Mother's Day too much to the dudes, but that's the conversation I don't really like with all of the gender warring and all of that other shit. When I'm like, look, at the end of the day, I can think about it from the perspective of both of my grandmothers got to meet their great grandchildren. You know, they got to meet their great grandchildren. If I'm not mistaken, all of them, all of the great grandchildren.
That's a beautiful thing.
You know, yeah, all of the great grandchildren that they have, they got to meet them all. But none of my grandfathers got to meet their great grandchildren.
That's a topic for another day, because
it's men. You know what I'm saying? We need to be, instead of talking about all this bullshit, relationships and shit and whose fault it is and all that, and talk about how to put an extra 25 years on your fucking life, man. You know?
Facts. I mean, I see a difference in men that actually knew their grandparents and their great grandparents versus men that didn't too. Like having different generations of women teach you and school you on women is kind of important.
I'm just like as men, I would prefer to have conversations like that. How we get them extra years out of the life, bro, so you can, you know, show up to your grandkids graduations and, you know what I'm saying, hopefully weddings, and, be there for your great grandchildren, to come out. And hell, I can remember having conversations and shit with my great grandfather, and he was sharp, sharp old man, bro. My son, he had long conversations with his great grandmother, both of them.
That's what I'm saying. If you would have had conversations with them people, we wouldn't be having these conversations with all these people online about how to hold a relationship together. Because them older generation folks in our family, they was holding shit together.
Like they were able to, put their great grandsons on game. So if anything, I mean, that this is, and their great granddaughters, like, for real. So, if anything, let's talk about living to see fucking 80, 85, 90 years old. Hope, just like you said, 101 years old. Like that should be the goal. Just trying to get some extra years out of life. Fuck all of this bullshit that brings the views and shit like that. Like, let's talk about, I'm saying, some real shit. If people actually care about really having the conversation, I get it. There's a lot of folks desperate. They need dough. They need money. So they got to sit on here, all day. And I ain't gonna bullshit. I ain't rich. I need some money too, motherfucker. I'm broke. But
or the conversation, this is a deep one. How important it is as a father of a girl to have a conversation with her, to school her on the game of how men are. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men just sitting their women, they young women and daughters out there to them sharks, not knowing how men are.
Well, I think what happens is a lot of these niggas don't live to be able to give these motherfuckers that game. Like, these motherfuckers talk about, Kevin Samuels or something like that, that's supposed to be the quote unquote godfather and shit, and the fucker didn't live to see 60.
Yeah, gotta do better.
God rest his soul. So at the end of the day, homeboy, you giving the wrong advice, man. You was giving the wrong advice. That's all I'm saying. If anything, between Kevin, David Carroll, ARC, and God rest each day. So I ain't gonna disrespect the dead in any way, shape, or form. But I think one of them might have passed away at like age 60 or something. If that, I really don't think any of the three made it to 60 years old. And I'm like, bro, that's the elephant in the room, bro.
I'm just saying, as fathers of girls, you gotta school them, or you gonna be in the future looking at your daughter with a dude worrying about her health and her safety, her mental health, her physical safety, and all that. Better shield your daughter, let her know.
Or you can at least survive long enough to see there and help guide and set an example. But hey, if you die early, you ain't gonna be able to school nobody on nothing.
Facts, because if you're a piece of shit man, what kind of man you think your daughter gonna go for?
I mean, if you a dead motherfucker, you ain't live to see. See, I'm trying to keep it real simple, because I got to keep it simple for the simple-minded, bro. All of that stuff. That's why them conversations go on for years. I'm like, how about you motherfuckers just survive to see 80? Survive to see 75, something. But this dying before 60, you know what I'm saying? Hey, that's one thing. I don't give a fuck. You niggas can't be blaming women for all that shit. You can't do that. Do that. Survive. Give a fuck about a relationship. Give a fuck about your feelings. I don't care if the shit work or not. That's on you. When you passing away of natural causes, before you turn 60 years old, because you refuse to go get your prostate checked, or because you just eating the wrong foods and shit, and whatever.
That's the big one right there, bro.
That's something that you can't blame no fucking woman for, bro. But I'm sure if I had these conversations with a lot of these niggas on here, they'd still find a way to blame women for niggas not living to see 60.
Yeah, that's the problem with you being stuck in a red pill space, brother. But I'm gonna get out of here, fam, so I can get my day started.
You can stay up a little longer. We'll play more of this because you wanted me to bring it up.
The other one is
All right.
McRae. In McRae, they're pulling a guy over. They pull him over. He jumps out of the car and makes a run for it. As he's running, the officer sees that he's playing with his waistband and makes a throwing motion. He puts him down on the ground, arrests him, and tells the other cop, hey, go back and see what he threw. They find a baggie of cocaine, no fingerprints on it. They print it, no fingerprints on it. And the court says that's not enough for constructive possession. Those cases are so much closer to constructive possession than this case. And I would just ask the court, in considering a bond, to look at the case, to look at the.
Okay, so I go back with the story where he said about the you know what I'm saying, the cooking of the hard and shit. He was giving an example of other cases. So that wasn't Kodak's case.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's trying to give these cases as far as evidence on why Kodak shouldn't be charged with this crime.
Yeah, he tapped into his law library archives and shit.
The affidavit that's with the case, and I understand that the typical bond on this is $50,000. I'm asking for a $10,000 bond. I on my way here on the train, I was typing up a motion to dismiss. It's just there is not enough here. I get
Right, and I'll stop you there. I mean, obviously, you know that the motion to dismiss is for another day. We're here for the sole.
And I'm like, what the fuck is the big goddamn deal, bro? I understand, like, that's the lawyer's job and shit. You know what I'm saying? Get the best deal that you can. But bro, you're Kodak Black. What the fuck is the difference between a $10,000 bond and a $50,000 bond? Like, for real.
I was just about to ask, is Kodak Black broke?
That's all I'm about to say. Get the fuck out of jail, bro. Like, you shouldn't even have to go to a bondsman for that shit. Just pay that shit. Cause you go to a bondsman, bro. That I don't give a fuck if the bond is $10,000 or $50,000. That's a waste of fucking $1 or $5 grand. Like, it's a waste. You know, to even pay a bond. Like, when you got bread like that nigga's supposed to have, just pay that shit. Show up to court, get your fucking money back. You know? That's what you're supposed to have money for. Just post that shit.
Yeah, that gotta be that Hollywood money he's showing in them videos.
Like, you know, at the end of the day, like bail bondsmen and shit, that's for broke niggas. You know what I'm saying? That's for niggas like me. You know what I'm saying? They get caught up with shit.
You Kodak Black, you on the top 10 list of rappers right now. You should be able to be like 50 G's. I ain't staying in
like,
here.
For real, you just pay that shit. Like, I don't need no fucking bondsman, though. You just pay that shit. You get that shit, you know, like whatever. And then you go home. You don't sit in no cage.
No, you can't pay 50 G's to post bond. I don't want to hear about your Lambos and your vehicles no more.
That's the lawyer's job, though, to get it down as low as he can. That's the lawyer's job. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Kodak ain't got it. But I'm just like, whatever it is, get that man out, man. Just get him out.
Bro, he been in jail for 6 months. He ain't got it.
I don't think he had a
year.
bond like this. I don't think he hold up. He didn't have a bond up until now, I don't think.
Oh, okay. All right.
He had one. Like, if he was if he had a VOP or some shit, like if he was in there for violation of probation and shit like that.
All right, so regardless if he gets his bond reduction or not, we'll see if Kodak bonds out then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will.
Conditions of bond. Your client.
And I appreciate, Judge. And I don't know if
I've got the sites for you, Your Honor.
Oh.
Edmond versus State is 963 Southern 2nd Street, 44. It's 2007 case, 4th DCA. And the McRae versus State is another 4th DCA case out of 2006. I do not have that site. Given the case over there. Again, not arguing PC, it's been found.
Yes, sir.
I believe that the importance of this information is the strength of the case, something for the court to consider. Additionally, again, as Mr. Cohen had said, this was a self-surrender case. This is not somebody who is a flight risk. And the strength of the case, using the word strength very, very loosely, would ask that the court consider a low bond of $10,000.
And he's never failed to appear, as long as I've represented him.
As long as you represent him, there is at least one.
I've represented him since he was like, I don't know, 17. Yeah, there might be one really far back in the past.
There's one from 2016. Before I determine conditions of bond and bond amount, State, is there anything that you all wish to add?
No, Your Honor. As both attorneys said, they're not arguing PC, and PC has already been found. The schedule for trafficking is $50,000. PC has been found for a trafficking, so the state would ask that you give a bond of $50,000. The state would actually ask that you increase the bond, as the defendant is a professional rapper. As the counsel has indicated, he flew in from California.
There we go.
He is also, when you do a search, listed as a Haitian American. He does not have any ties to Orlando. He's from Pompano Beach, but again, he flew in from California. So state would not only ask that you have the bond at $50,000, in light of his occupation and lack of ties to Orlando, that it actually be increased, and one of the conditions be that he surrender his passport.
What you think gonna happen there? I'm gonna give my take on. I want to hear yours first. What you think?
I don't think the judge is gonna grant the increase. It's probably gonna be decreased, but possibly not down to 10,000. Kodak with his priors, he might end up with a house arrest situation.
Okay, so I'll be real. Like, I just saw this shit. I haven't seen it, so we're gonna watch this together in real time. I probably saw up to about maybe 2 minutes ago in the video, right? So I don't know what they're gonna do. I would agree. I don't think it's gonna be increased or decreased. I think it's gonna be kept at 50,000. A house arrest situation is kind of a waste for him because he's allowed to work. So even if you get house arrest, it'll be some crazy ass conditions that don't mean shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they was trying to get
he'll still be moving around, yeah.
The doctor, lawyers, appointments, that's really it. But what the fuck is house arrest, dog? Like, motherfuckers all over the fucking country, dog. You know what I'm saying? Work at minimum, he's all over the country. You know? So,
yeah, he'll still be at clubs as far as promotional shit. He'll be still flying out the shows.
So, I mean, house arrest is just kind of like a waste, like putting a fucking ankle bracelet on him and shit. It's
it's so they can track where he's at and make him make phone calls at certain times type shit. But he's still going to be moving around.
And the charge is trafficking. So, it's just deep. It's deep. So, I mean, I just don't see how they're gonna tell him he can't work. You know, let him bond out and shit.
Well, you gotta think they had 6ix9ine on house arrest and he was still moving around.
I mean, what I don't like is even when she's like, "Oh, he's from Pompano, but he has no ties to Orlando." Look,
yeah, it's still Florida.
Yeah, I'm in South Florida. I don't know where you at, but
I'm in Kansas City.
Okay, either way, I'm between Pompano and Orlando. This is about a 3.5 hour drive, bro. That's it. It's not a long drive, dog. If he wanted to get on a fucking plane, he'd be there
about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, he'd be there in 20 fucking minutes, dog. You know, it's nothing. Like, it's literally nothing to even get in your car and fucking drive, dog. Like, that's, bro, you leave your house at fucking at 5 a.m., bro, you're in court by 9. So that's bullshit.
Let's see what the judge does.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
If I can just address that very quickly, Judge. He is a proud Haitian American, but he is an American. He has a U.S. passport. He doesn't have any plans on leaving the country. I mean, we've faced cases that are 10 times this case, and I've won, by the way, but we'll put that in another bucket. But the fact that he's a rapper doesn't give you a legal purpose to raise the bond. So I would still ask for a $10,000 bond, Judge.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't
appreciate all the argument. Again, Mr. Capri, you're charged with trafficking and methamphetamine or MDMA, more than 10 grams, less than 200 grams. That is a first-degree felony. Again, you are entitled to a bond, so I am going to give you a bond. I have considered the strength of the case as well as everything that was set forth in the arrest affidavit. I understand the arguments presented by your counsel. I think one of the things that was left out was, well, you weren't necessarily claiming ownership of the bag. You were requesting that the funds within the bag be turned over to you. So there at least is some tie, seems like, to the court, to that bag. Nonetheless, I think in terms.
Okay, so now I'm starting to figure this shit out. I'm gonna have to look at the particulars of the case. Okay, so it's a bag of he's got a bag full of party favors, and it's also got cash in it too. So they confiscate all that shit. He like, the cash is mine, but the party favors ain't.
I don't know how he's gonna make that argument.
You know,
I wouldn't even talk to the motherfucking police at all if I was him. You got that lawyer right there. That lawyer should have made up what the shit was there for.
I mean, I get it. These motherfuckers just roll around with a fucking with a backpack with a 100K in it, 200K in it. You know what I'm saying? At all times, and should be show money and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, they get that shit for a show. You know what I'm saying? Or a couple of shows or whatever. They get paid. You know?
Yeah, but I'm gonna listen to my lawyer if I should take that as an L or if I should go ahead and, you know, claim that, because at the end of the day, okay, that's 100K. But let's say I do catch this felony and this felony catches me 10 years or so. I'm gonna have to serve at least 8 years of this fucking sentence, even if I'm on my good shit. So 8 years worth of fucking show money gone. I'm gonna miss out on way more than that 100K.
Oh, and not only that, your career's fucked.
Yeah, over when you get out. More than likely.
8 years in this industry. What up, Kojak? Yo, 8 years. Yeah, that's it. You done missed your window. 2 years.
I'm gonna listen to my lawyer. Should I take this L or not? You know what I'm saying?
Come out and be hot. But yeah, 8 years, you're fucking done, bro. The genre you're in probably won't even exist no more, motherfucker.
You can get that 100K back, and you can't get that 10 years back.
Yeah, I don't know what was in the bag. I'm just assuming, usually these niggas, they'll roll around with 100K, 200K in a bag. You know what I'm saying? Cash. I doubt it was more than that.
If he's claiming the cash, though, it's got to be a substantial amount if it's in there with some other shit. But he still should have let his lawyer do the talking.
100K, it's like, bro, you one of the hottest rappers in the world. What the fuck is that, bro? Let it go. Just say none of that shit.
Body cams, that shit's got to go in evidence. That money ain't going nowhere. Let the lawyer discuss where that money should go.
Fuck out of here. None of it's mine. But then it's gonna have to go on somebody else.
I mean, shit, if you a smart paid rapper, shit, it's a dude there for that.
Exactly. There's supposed to be somebody that's supposed to take that hit for you. For real.
Mm-hmm. Biggie had who was it? Which one of it was Lil C's that went to jail for him, took that gun charge?
Well, no, Shine took the charge for I know Shine took the charge for Diddy.
Puffy. Yeah.
Shine took the charge for Diddy.
Allegedly got people around him to take charges for him.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Because, bro, if you go down, ain't no more money. Ain't no more money.
Facts.
So go in.
Cut off.
We got a little bit of time. We'll make sure your family's straight. We'll make sure your family's straight, and we gonna make sure you straight when you get out. We'll make sure you straight while you in there, and when you get out.
Facts.
But if I go in,
so.
Everybody's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. No more money. It's over. So
slightly increase the bond, I think, based upon your not the fact that you're a rapper, as you weren't necessarily claiming ownership of the bag. You were requesting that the funds within the bag be turned over to you. So there at least is some tie, seems like, to the court, to that bag. Nonetheless, I think in terms of bond, I am going to slightly increase the bond. I think based upon your...
we both wrong.
Slightly. So,
75
maybe?
Probably.
He said slightly. He didn't say double the motherfucker. He said slightly.
I'm going with 75 too. Maybe 100.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to increase it to 60. So I would say 75. Yeah.
Not the fact that you're a rapper. I think that has no binding, but the other factors that the court considered is your prior criminal history, including 12 prior felony convictions, 2 misdemeanor convictions, one failure to appear. That was quite some time ago, so I'm not giving a ton of weight to the failure to appear. But I think an appropriate bond in this case would be $75,000. So that's going to be what the court sets the bond at. As conditions of your bond, I am going to order that you not return to the scene of the offense, which is 910 Bearvilla Road, Orlando, Florida, which is the Children's Safety Village. Additionally, I am going to order that you not have any contact with any of the co-defendants in your case, so specifically Mr. Avon Joseph and Mr. James Twitty. Additionally, you are not to possess or consume any drugs or controlled substances without a valid prescription.
Boom. Yeah, bro. No, I mean, fuck that. That's Kodak Black. If I'm him, I'm not paying that shit. That's a waste of $7,500. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not paying no bondsman for that shit, Kojak. Fuck that. Boot up the 75. That's a waste of $7,500, bro. That's your lawyer that's your lawyer retainer. This motherfucking lawyer charging you by the fucking hour, bro. For real. He got a hell of a lawyer here. Even though this lawyer just pretty much wet the fucking bed because everything that lawyer asked for, dog, just pretty much just got denied.
Yeah,
You know?
I think it was because of his arrogant statement when he said, by the way, I beat all those cases. I think that kind of set the judge off, like, you arrogant prick.
Not just that. If you noticed earlier, I think this is the smoking gun. When he said he has no failure to appears since I've been representing him. And I've been representing him since he was 17. Kodak Black was born in 1997, and the judge corrected him immediately and was like, nah, he got a failure to appear back in 2016.
Yeah.
You know? So
You got that whole criminal record right there in front of
hey,
him.
that boy was 19 years old. His last failure to appear, you've been representing him since he was 17. He did have a failure to appear.
Yeah, I remember when that happened too.
You know? But that's why it's not that big of a deal. You know how easy it is to get a failure to appear? Like, that's easy shit.
Yeah. It was on some fluke shit. He didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you fuck around and move or whatever, and you get a you know what I'm saying, you might get some, like, they might send a letter to your old address or some shit, certified mail, whatever the case may be. You don't get it a lot of times. I know, I got a warrant out one time for a failure to appear. I didn't even know I had a fucking court date, bro. You know, I didn't even know I had a court date. Now, it's as simple as just going down, clearing that shit, but you don't realize what's up until you go to do some shit like renew your driver's license or something, and you find out, oh shit, you know,
Or you get pulled over on some fluke shit.
yeah, that, just like you said, you get pulled over or whatever, and then you find out I didn't even have to sit in jail for that shit. I just found out I had one and went and cleared that shit. Just went to the jail and went and cleared that shit. But yeah, it's just easy to get a failure to appear. You know, just like Kojak said, he was like, you almost got, you get one of them shits for traffic court, bro. You don't even know you had a fucking court date. You know what I'm saying? That shit is easy. That's why it's just a misdemeanor, bro. It ain't shit. You know, it ain't shit unless they give you a court date like right here. You know, like right here, like they tell you right here. Then there's no excuse for it. But over some or whatever, it's easy to get a failure to appear, and that's the only reason why that shit just shows up in there, just like any other failure to appear would. You know, but I'm just saying that's why it's just a misdemeanor, bro.
Additionally, this should go without saying because you are already a felon, but you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Additionally, I am going to order that you not have contact with any of the other witnesses in the case. So specifically, Gisgard Kantave, Arquita McDougald, Dion Rogers, and Mazrik Senmelis. Aside from that, I believe those are all the conditions that I think would be appropriate in this particular case. Obviously, if you all are seeking to have the bond modified or reduced, you can file the appropriate motion with the assigned judge, and I'm sure they'll get you in the docket to address that for you. I'm also not going to order that you surrender your passport. I don't deem you to be a flight risk. Again, you only have one prior failure to appear dating over 10 years ago. So, Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, sure. Just one thing. One of those individuals is his brother. So I don't know how you don't have contact with your brother.
Which one?
Nasnik. And then the other ones, I think there's some cousins involved in there. One of them is
you greedy motherfucker. This is a greedy ass. You greedy fucking lawyer, bro.
He's trying to make sure Kodak Black don't go back for no violation because he know he finna associate with these people.
That's his brother, dog. Like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you telling me he can't have no contact with his brother. I want to know what the judge about to say about that. And he said one of the other co-defendants is also his manager. That's what they're saying. So they like, one person is his brother, another one, like another couple are like a couple of cousins, and then another one's his manager. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like they trying to knock the whole crew for trafficking, bro.
Don't forget, one's got to be the security.
Yeah, but
You can't move around without his security.
Yeah.
One of them is his road guy. So
Which one's the co-defendant?
It's not a co-defendant. You said no contact with the witnesses.
Right, but before that, I said Avin Joseph and James Twitty.
Yeah, I don't mind about that. That's fine.
Okay.
But there's the other individuals that had nothing to do with this case that were just on the scene. One of them is his brother, Masnick.
Okay.
And then I believe one of them is I think two are security and one. Yeah, two are his security.
All right, which two?
Which two are they?
You were right, bro. One of them was the security.
Pave and Dion.
All right, so I will permit you to have contact with your team, so your security, and so that's Cantave, Rogers, and San Melis. You can have contact with them, so I'll strike the condition. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
So much. Best of luck
Good
to you,
seeing you,
sir.
Judge.
You as well.
I guess that's a win for Kodak Black. You know what I'm saying? He'll be out in a couple hours, dog. You know what I'm saying? He'll be out in a couple hours, dog. You know? Dundada. You know?
Let's look forward to a new song coming out.
Yeah. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And make as much bread as you can until you got to show up to court. Make as much bread as you fucking can. He got to keep his passport, you know, all of that shit. So, that shit was just kind of stupid. It's like, and it's like, yeah, you're not a flight risk, but we know you're gonna be flying.
Well, broski, the wife just woke up. I'm about to get the day started.
All right.
Enjoy your Mother's Day, brother.
Nah, salute, bro. Appreciate you. Tell your wifey happy Mother's Day and congrats. Have fun with that, man. I know you said you got grandkids on the way, so you know what I'm saying? Happy
Yes,
Mother's
sir.
Day to all of them.
Later.
Salute. No. So, yeah, that's a win for Kodak Black. You know, that's a win. Like what Kojak said right there, 7,500 or 10%. Yeah, but why go to a bondsman for that shit when you're one of the hottest rappers in the world? Just pay that shit. Just pay that shit. 75. You can get it back when your ass show up to court anyway. You know damn well you gonna show up to court. So fuck it, that's a waste of fucking money, bro. For real. That's the purpose of having money. So you don't have to pay little stupid ass fees like bondsman fees and shit like that. You know? That's one of the reasons like that's the purpose of being rich. So you don't have to pay fucking poor nigga tax. You know? Bondsman fees are the broke nigga tax. You know? So, you know, it says 75,000. You get that back when you go to court. When you show up to court, that's 7,500. That shit gone. That shit gone. Gone. So, I'm just saying though. All right. What else we got here? But no, I think that's a win for Kodak Black. I don't know what's gonna happen when he do show up to court. More than likely, I mean, look, these are trafficking charges and shit, so it's not going. And this is drug trafficking and shit. So, you know, it's not like Diddy with the ex trafficking and shit like that. So it's probably not gonna be no time already served. It's not gonna be like, you know what I'm saying, 6 months time already served. So he is facing some time, but I'm pretty sure, you know, motherfucker bonded right out. got right out. Shouldn't have been a problem. Shouldn't have been a problem at all for him. What else did he have? Now, shout out to V-Dub. 22-foot gold statue of Trump in Florida and Kodak going back to the joint. Where's that statue at? Gold statue for Trump? Where's it at? I don't get out. Look, where I am, I can remember when Trump set up the golf course, right? This was back in, I think, 97 or something when he set up the golf course. International Golf Course is literally right next to the Palm Beach County Jail. Like literally ain't nothing but a fence between the two. You know what I'm saying? So this was kind of like worthless property. This motherfucker put, I think, 200 palm trees around that bitch. Fucking 50-foot tall fucking palm trees all around there, along with the shrubs and the bushes and shit. Each one of them shits was like $60,000 a piece. Don't quote me on the total. You know what I'm saying? And now that shit is like real expensive property. And I think, like either right around that time or right before that time, he had to set up some shit to purchase Mar-a-Lago, because that was some property that was like in foreclosure or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And he got that property kind of cheap. So people be thinking that's like, granted, Trump is on some rich nigga shit, but nigga did some cheap nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? Cheap nigga shit is just by that motherfucker putting his name on shit. That shit increases the value of property, because even Mar-a-Lago, that's supposed to be a, you know what I'm saying? It was a high-end country club, you know? And it's on Palm Beach Island. And before, they ain't really let people, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you ain't from over there, you couldn't really fuck around over there. You know what I'm saying? Trump was just letting anybody that wanted to donate to the cause come over there. You know what I'm saying? Black folks, new money motherfuckers, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, before that motherfucker was running for president and shit, they wasn't fucking with that man like that out there. So I don't know about putting a statue of that nigga out here, bro. But I'll check it out. More than likely they are. Matter of fact, let me look at that shit. They probably will do it. Oh, nah, you right. You are absolutely right. Let's get a look at this shit.
Presided over the unveiling ceremony for this statue earlier this week. Pastor, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about this ceremony then earlier this week. It was quite the moment.
It was, again, I've said it, very publicly. It was one of the greatest honors of my life to be able to dedicate this, this wonderful statue that was created by, Mr. Ash.
All the mothers in the chat, in the clouds. If you'll be catching the replay on this, shout out to all of y'all. We love y'all. Y'all the real heroes.
And, Mr. Dustin Stockton, Brock Pierce, and Yakov Flishkin, and, Mr. Friedman, Hershey Friedman, so many, and plus 6,000 plus patriots from around the United States of America who all came together to raise money to celebrate who many believe, and I believe, the greatest president in our lifetime, to symbolize patriotism and to symbolize, the will to fight. Remember, he almost died, and they tried to assassinate him 3 times, but this particular statue was about him actually getting shot in the ear. And by the hand of God, barely survived by sheer millimeters of the bullet just grazing his ear. And so these patriots from around the world, Sam and everyone who came together from around the world, Jack Daly, to symbolize their love for President Donald Trump. And remember, over 6,000 patriots came together, and I was just so blessed to be the president's main point of contact that shared the statue with them as it was brought to me, and I was able to share it with the president. And it took over a year, but we finally got it done.
And the president actually called into the ceremony at one point. He gave you a call on your phone. What did he say?
Well, I mean, again, it's very well documented. He said that he knew the statue was made with love. Because that's exactly what it was made with. It was made with love. People not asking for political favors. People not asking anything from the president. These are people, again, the 6,000 patriots who came together, and some pitched a lot, some pitched a little, but they all very important patriots. And the president wanted to show and share his love and appreciation. Again, the president had nothing to do with the statue. It is so baffling as I'm reading throughout social media. People are saying, President Trump dedicated a statue to himself. That has nothing. That
But
is
he
so far
likes
from
the statue,
true.
though, doesn't he?
Well, of course he loved the statue. Who wouldn't love a statue of themselves? I mean, again, Michael Jordan loved the statue of himself. Allen Iverson loved the statue of himself. Shakira, the singer, loved the statue of herself. Elton John. Who wouldn't love a statue, dedicated by people who love their art, their ability to while they're alive. And so I've always preached the word, let's give the flowers while you are alive instead of a bed full of roses when you're dead. And so now it's time for the president to smell the roses while he's alive.
And when you were looking at that statue the other day at its unveiling.
Really, bro? Fucking really, dog. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro? Like, legit. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro? Like, that's some crazy shit. Let me show y'all. Because I got it right here. Mi un momento, por favor. Look at this shit. Let's see this shit. Let's see this shit. What the fuck? The fuck? This is some motherfucking false idol worship deification bullshit. And that's my opinion. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. I don't give a fuck if you voted for the motherfucker or not. And they're also selling little figurines and shit too. But bro, this is fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, gold. Trust me, this shit. I wouldn't be surprised if motherfuckers don't try to take this shit down. I'm trying to find a better shot of it. Because I mean, I got a lot of shots right here. But yo, this is some wild shit, bro. Damn, son. Damn. Fucking gold, bro. Solid gold. Like that's like not even bronze, my nigga. That shit gold. Like, are you fucking crazy? Like, and this is a dude that literally got his name on all types of shit. Like, if I'm not mistaken, that nigga's name is still on the casino in Atlantic City. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, if that shit's still not called the Trump Taj Mahal. You know, he's got a Trump Tower in downtown West Palm Beach. I know that, office building. He's got Trump International Golf Course not too far away from that. He's got Trump Tower, in right in the middle of fucking Manhattan, right in Midtown. Right in Midtown. Like, this is some deification shit. So, I mean, look, I get it. I'm on the record as saying I am totally against
the attempts that were made on that man's life, as attempts made on any president's life. You know, I'm not for political assassinations. What up, Maurice Delt? What up? I am not for that shit. But, you know, a fucking gold statue? Like, nah, bro. And then for a clergyman to come up here and literally say the shit that he's saying about, yeah, he deserves it, when you know the Bible says specifically not to worship false idols. Like real shit. For a clergyman to come up there and say that shit. Nah, homie. Not just while that motherfucker living, but while that son bitch still in office, bro. I am not cool. Fucking solid gold. Nah, homie. Take that shit. Man, that shit coming down at some point, bro. That's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. Like, nah, bro. That's a little too much. Now, even when he mentions the Jordan statue, no player in the NBA ever got a goddamn statue put up while they were still playing. All right? When Jordan's statue went up in front of the United Center, not only was the Chicago arena demolished. I think it was demolished. Don't quote me on that. But either way, the Bulls didn't play there no more. The United Center was brand new. All right. Jordan had just retired for the first time. That's why that statue went up. Because the United Center was supposed to be the house that Jordan built. And to be honest, I'm not even fond of all of these players getting fucking statues. Now they're giving them to every fucking body. It's bullshit. Bullshit. Dirk Nowitzki got one. Dwayne Wade got one. Even though we kind of knew, if you in South Florida, you knew Dwayne Wade was going to get a statue. No matter what. That shit was just going to happen. But Dirk Nowitzki got one. Fucking Stockton and Malone got one. In fucking Utah, bro. It was just like you said, Allen Iverson got a fucking statue. Like, are you fucking serious, bro? So I'm just like this. Look, you can't be an advocate, right, of taking down these fucking statues of these damn Confederate, you know what I'm saying, these Confederate Dixiecrat generals and shit. You cannot be in favor of that, but yet you're in favor of these fucking statues of these goddamn ball players and shit. And gold statues of Donald Trump and shit. No? I'm just like, bro, it just like they pulled down the Confederate generals, you know, and slave owner statues and shit, just like they protested and took them shits down. Take that shit down too. Fuck up out of here, bro. Fuck up out of here. That's bullshit. Biff did become president in real life, B-Dub. Biff did, because this is Biff. This is Biff Tannen right here. Biff Tannen from Back to the Future. Yes. Look at this shit. What in the absolute fuck? Oh my God. That's bullshit, bro. And the fact that the shit gold, the shit ain't even bronze. I've never in my life seen no shit like this. But yeah, this is Biff Tannen. Biff did become president. But real shit, bro. Just like, bro. And I'm not even, I don't get into all of the biblical prophecies and all of that other stuff in the scriptures on here. Because I've done my studying, but I don't challenge the faith of others. You know, because if your faith is strong, you really shouldn't need me to challenge it. And it shouldn't matter if I did or I didn't. But I would say this much, right? You know, but I would say this much, right? This is the fall of Babylon right here. Like these people call themselves conservatives, and they have all of these religious fucking values and all of this shit. And they don't even have enough knowledge of the scriptures to know and understand that they are literally fulfilling the prophecies that say they are like, that say this shit is falling. They are helping and aiding in fulfilling the prophecies that say, look, we in the last days, motherfucker. And the worship of false idols was definitely part of it. You know, this is not a fucking idol. This is not a deity. False idols, false deity. This is not a deity. This is a man that shits over two shoes. And you have a fucking statue of him in solid gold. He didn't have this built and put on his own premises. Look, you spend your own money. You have some shit like that built. You put it on your own damn premises. Cool. Whatever. Give a fuck, bro. You fucking put you need gold toilets for all I give a fuck on your own damn house. But yo, you got a fucking pastor, you know, up here advocating for this shit. Man, miss me with the bullshit, bro. Just like B-Dub said, you know, preaching pimp. Did the taxpayers pay for that bullshit? That's a good question. That is definitely a good question. We'll find out. We will find out. Look at this shit. We will definitely find out. That shit is crazy.
Instead of a bed full of roses, one of your dad. And so now it's time for the president to smell the roses while he's alive.
And when you were looking at that statue the other day at its unveiling, and it is enormous, it's 22 feet high, all in gold. What does it mean to you? What does it represent to you, Pastor?
Well, I mean, it represents the miracle of God. That's what it represents, not the statue itself, because we all know that this is not some, again, you see it across social media that this is some idol, and that, and people are quoting Exodus, and it is so true. And I'm very happy that people are quoting Exodus, that we should have no false gods before, or no graven image created, and no false god. That for me, that's a mission accomplished, because so many around the world are repeating that scripture, and I pray that those who are repeating it will take it to heart.
And what is your response to that? That this is somehow a false idol? Because people talk about the golden calf. Well, is this the golden trump?
Yeah, well, of course, it's preposterous. It's blasphemy to even think that. I mean, if you knew me, and of course, I don't know anybody who worships Donald Trump as a god, but I do.
What the fuck? And shout out to Maurice Delk that was just in the chat. I fucks with you, Maurice Delk, but Maurice Delk worships Donald Trump as a god. Yo,
Oh my God. This shit is in gold, nigga. It's in gold. The golden Trump. The nerve of this nigga. This is crazy. Crazy, son. Yeah. Crazy, dog. Look at this shit. And that motherfucker just said, I'm glad everybody's quoting the scriptures and everything. It's like, bro, yeah. Yeah. That's the first thing I'm on. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind?
You know that those who are repeating it will take it to heart.
And what is your response to that? That this is somehow a false idol? You know, because people talk about the golden calf. Well, is this the golden Trump?
Yeah, well, of course, it's preposterous. It's blasphemy to even think that. I mean, if you knew me, and of course, I don't know anybody who worships Donald Trump as a god, but I do know you could worship anything as a god, whether it be your job, whether it be your money, whether it be your relationships, whether it be your career, whatever it is, you can put it before the living God, and God is a jealous God. So nothing should ever be put before the living God. This statue symbolized patriotism of Americans. It represents the
fuck? This shit in solid gold, motherfucker. Outside of a goddamn country club that charges your ass north of $10,000 for a basic fucking membership. The fuck? Yeah, bro. Yeah. Bro, that shit is in gold. Wow.
Will to fight, even in the face of opposition, to will to get back up with the blood coming down the president's face, and how he turned to the crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania, and he raised up that fist and he said, fight, fight, fight. That patriotism echoed throughout the world and throughout America to re-energize Americans, to bring us together. Because I'm grateful Democrats should be just as excited that Donald Trump survived, because no balance belongs in our.
Bro, this ain't no red versus blue. Everything got to be red versus blue with these niggas, man. Nah, bro. Nah, homie. Nah. That ain't got nothing to do with Democrat, Republican. You got a solid gold statue of a motherfucker that's still living. Of a motherfucker is still living that will fart and it stinks like a human being. The fuck? Nah, homie.
In our politics in America. So this statue is a symbolism of the will to fight, to overcome, to persevere, that we, the people of the United States of America, to form a more perfect union. We are the people. We hold up Donald J. Trump, whether you're Democrat, independent, or Republican, whether you're gay, whether you're straight, whether you're young or old, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, or Jew, whatever your faith is. If you are bleed the red, the white, and blue, you are an American. And so that statue is for all of us, not just for Donald Trump.
But I just wonder whether, and as a man of God yourself, Pastor, whether Trump is increasingly guilty, some might say he's been guilty for a long time, of displaying the sin of pride. You know, this is a man who's renamed the Kennedy Center after himself. That was meant to be a memorial to another president who sadly fell victim to an assassination attempt. He's the first sitting president to put his signature on a US banknote. Now he's celebrating the erection of giant gold statues of himself. Is this a man guilty of the sin of pride?
Well, listen, this is what I do know is this. Whether you like President Donald Trump or dislike President Trump, you cannot argue that this man has done extraordinary things. And millions of Americans here believe that those extraordinary things have made our country stronger, safer, more prosperous, more economical prosper. And so, again, these things that are happening, the people have to vote it. The people have to make it happen, not vote, excuse me. The people have to allow it, because we, the people, is the true power of the United States of America. We don't have a dictator. We don't have a king. We have an elected president.
But with respect, Pastor, that's not really an answer. Is he guilty of the sin of pride?
We have a Congress and we have a president. We have an executive branch, we have a judiciary branch, and we have the Senate. And each and every one of them have equal power. And so at any time, of course, the president is always been challenged of the things that he may decree or things that executive orders he may sign. And so, you know, these things that are happening, they're also based off of the will of the people. And if the people didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't happen in America.
Can I be really honest with you, Pastor?
Sure.
When I see this statue, I just think it's a bit tacky. I mean, it is wrapped in gold. At best, it looks like an ornament in Liberace's dressing room. At worst, it looks like something out of North Korea. Can you understand why a lot of people would look at this and just go, this is insane? The man has gone mad.
Well, first of all, let's be...
He ain't do it. I can't even blame that motherfucker for this shit. He didn't do it. What the fuck? Oh my God. This is bad, bro. Like, hey, this is the shit that'll make you ashamed to be a fucking American, man. Like, real shit. You ought to be ashamed.
Very clear. This is not Donald Trump again. You're speaking from the assumption that Donald Trump had anything to do with this statue. If I gifted you something, and if I worked really hard, if I spent my own earned money to be a blessing to you, to celebrate you, your television station, your ability to have this wonderful show that goes around the world. And if I work hard and then I dedicate something as magnificent as a statue to you, that has...
Is it magnificent though, or is it a bit tacky?
This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. He had nothing to do. But people like you keep playing that, and you keep pushing that narrative that's completely false.
He loves this, though. He loves all these statues, Pastor.
Who all came together to celebrate what we believe the greatest president in our lifetime. And I wasn't even a part of the group that created this. I'm getting way too much television time. People like Brock Pearson, Yakov Flishkin, and Hershey, and Ash. This is Ash's baby. This was Ash's dream, and he put this thing together. And then you got Dustin Stockton and Sam, who all came in and raised money. Jack Daly, all these guys came together, and the 6,000 unnamed patriots who all came together to celebrate Donald Trump. So quit playing the narrative that this was Donald Trump raising a statue to himself. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Tell the truth, speak the truth. And I was there from the very beginning when it was first brought to my attention, and I brought it to the president's attention.
Can I
So
ask
please
you?
quit
Can
painting
I
a
ask
fake
you one
narrative.
final thing, Pastor? Because
Just make sure that
This is some bootlicking ass shit right here, bro. This is some bootlicking ass shit. That motherfucker's like, I was so proud to bring it to President Trump's attention that they're building a gold state. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You know, you got folks struggling to buy their fucking groceries, pay their rent, you know, put shoes on their children's feet. Melt that shit down, bro. Melt that shit down. Put it on the open market. What up, Gina? Shout out to Gina. I don't know if you're a mother, Gina, but if you are, happy Mother's Day to you. You know? And by the way, I'll kind of talk about this now that we had Gina in the building, man. We talked about a situation with you, Gina, not too long ago, right? I didn't want to show the footage on here, but they had some compromising videos of you engaging in some extracurricular behavioral modifications on live stream type shit. Oh, happy Mother's Day to you. If you want, you know, you're able to come up here and discuss that without mentioning any other names, you know, but either way, if it wasn't real, or even if it was real, or any of that other stuff, I hope everything's going okay with you right now. Because I know, yeah, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times people indulge in those extracurricular activities as kind of like escape from reality or whatever, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of reasons why people turn to them things. But I hope that you're in a better place, you know, now. And I wish you all the best with everything. You don't have any judgment from me, but you know what I'm saying? I would just recommend that in the future, if you indulge in those types of activities, you might want to do that shit off camera, off live stream, because these people turn anything into content. They really do. And they'll use whatever the fuck you're going through and all of that shit, like for views and clicks, and they'll fuck it up. So don't let them people do that shit to you. For real. Keep your shit off of here. You know, that's what I would just recommend. But shout out to you, Jeannie. You always been supportive of my channel and everything that I do. So shout out to you. She said, okay, it was a one and done and it won't ever be done on here. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. You know, that's it. Because, hey, one thing I will say, Gina, you know, the reason why I didn't really like, now I get it. It's content. But I didn't really like a lot of the shit that people would say, because a lot of these motherfuckers be indulging in all types of crazy behavioral modifications and shit. Like a lot of them do, you know. A lot of these motherfuckers got prescriptions for the behavioral modifications that they on and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of the pot calling the kettle black, you know. But I also understand the dynamic of things. If you're the one that does it on live stream or on camera or whatever, you kind of put a microscope on yourself. You know what I'm saying? But trust me, a lot of these other motherfuckers be on that shit too. They on that shit too. You know? For real. But I'm glad you good. And happy Mother's Day to you. Please enjoy your day and do whatever the hell it is that you want to do. You get one day a year, you know what I'm saying, where the mothers are celebrated for just being mothers. So if you are, you know, a mother, well, you said that you are, you know, you're a mother, you know, you've done your thing, you know what I'm saying, you raise your kids, raise them right, whatever the case may be, because there's no instruction manual to that shit. Enjoy your day, have fun. Like I said, this is a show that's dedicated to the mother. So shout out to you.
Just make sure that you give the correct narrative. Don't keep saying that that Donald Trump raised the statue to himself.
No, I've never said he raised the statue to himself. But he certainly has celebrated the arrival of the statue.
That did this, okay? So just make sure you echo that message around the world.
I genuinely wonder if we are close now to him commissioning a sculptor to carve his face into the side of Mount Rushmore. If someone suggested that, would you support it? Do you think Donald Trump belongs on Mount Rushmore?
Well, I'm not here to speak for the president. I'm not here to
speak for
to
yourself.
say whether he put himself on Mount Rushmore. I think that's comical. What's more important is the fact that the statue is not a golden calf. The statue is not some false idol god. Anything.
Yes, it is. This is definitely some false idol god shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. And I gotta agree with the dude, the news dude. That does look like some North Korea shit. This looks like some Kim Jong-un shit. Okay? That's exactly what the fuck it looks like. That is very much some false idol shit. So no. That's not cool. So don't be surprised if somebody finds their way onto that shit and spray paints some fucking Hitler, De Fuhrer mustache or some shit on it, or some devil horns on it or some shit, because it's highly likely. What up, D-Shep? It says it's in Doral, Florida. It's in Doral. I mean, that looked like Mar-a-Lago. That was that. Okay, so it's at the golf course in Doral. This shit is 22 fucking feet high. Wow. This is some crazy shit, man. Like, this is some crazy fucking shit. What's up, Candy? No, it's not at the White House. That would never be the case. But that's what they're talking about. And Doral is in Miami. You know what I'm saying? So it was at his course in Miami or whatever. But this shit is nuts, yo. And that's what I'm saying. This does look like some North Korea shit right here, bro. This shit is not cool at all. But here, I do want to stop this on this lovely Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying? I see we got definitely Creative Solutions. I'm not sure if Candy Kane is a mother, but if she is, all of her and all of the other mothers, I know Creative Solutions is a mother as well. Gina says she's one. All of the mothers, happy Mother's Day to you. Y'all got all of my props and respect. Happy Mother's Day to all of y'all. And I really do hope that you guys enjoy your day. Do whatever it is that you want to do on it. You know what I'm saying? If I can give you some content that you enjoy, you want to consume, I'm glad to give that. I know I'll be spending a good portion of the day with my mother, today. And I hope you guys just do whatever you want to do. You want to drink, you want to cook, you want to be cooked for, whatever the case, you know what I'm saying? You want to come up here, drag, roast, whatever, you know what I'm saying? The panel is open to anybody that wants to come up, but definitely for the mothers, and y'all are able to come up here and talk about whatever you want. I said this in the beginning of the show that, hey, y'all can change the topic if you want to. Come up here, talk about whatever you want. It is your day. So real shit, man. We appreciate y'all. We really do. But this shit, right now, this is something that V-Dub Boogie brought to my attention. I don't know how I did not find this or it didn't come across my feed already. This is some crazy shit, but I've been watching a lot of basketball, you know what I'm saying, with the playoffs going on, and this shit was right around the corner. Like, look at this shit. The fucking nerve, yo. That shit is not even in bronze. That motherfucker is in gold. I'm like, are you serious? Are you serious? That is Donald Trump's statue that was unveiled in Miami. That motherfucker is 22 feet tall. Look at this shit. 22 feet tall, right outside of the Trump International Golf Course in Doral. Now, here is this fucking this fucking pimping pastor, you know, right here. That's up here talking about this is not the worship of a false idol. Hold on, let me get back to this shit. When this motherfucker said this shit is crazy. Just in case y'all are just coming in, look at this shit.
Important patriots, and the president wanted to show and share his love and appreciation. Again, the president had nothing to do with the statue. It is so baffling as I'm reading throughout social media. People are saying, you know, President Trump dedicated a statue to himself. That has nothing. That is. But
he likes the statue, though, doesn't he?
Well, of course he loved the statue. Who wouldn't love a statue of themselves? I mean, again, Michael Jordan loves the statue of himself. Allen Iverson loved the statue of himself. Shakira, the singer, loved the statue of herself. Elton John, who wouldn't love a statue, dedicated by people who love their art, their ability to while they're alive. And so I've always preached the word, let's give the flowers while you are alive instead of a bed full of roses when you're dead. And so now it's time for the president to smell the roses while he's alive.
And when you were looking at that statue the other day at its unveiling, and it is enormous, it's 22 feet high, all in gold, what does it mean to you? What does it represent to you, Pastor?
Well, I mean, it represents the miracle of God. That's what it represents. Not.
I hear that shit. The miracle of God. There's nothing godly about this shit. All right, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I don't give a fuck. But one thing I do know is a solid gold statue of a living, breathing fucking man that's 22 fucking feet high is the worship of a false idol. This is bullshit.
The statue itself, because we all know that this is not some, again, you see it across social media that this is some idol and that, people are quoting Exodus, and it is so true. And I'm very happy that people are quoting Exodus, that we should have no false gods before, or no graven image created and no false god. That for me, that's a mission accomplished, because so many around the world are repeating that scripture. And I pray that those who are repeating it will take it to heart.
And what is your response to that? This is somehow a false idol, because people talk about the golden calf. Well, is this the golden Trump?
Yeah, well, of course, it's preposterous. It's blasphemy to even think that. I mean, if you knew me, and of course, I don't know anybody who worships Donald Trump as a god, but I do know you could worship anything as a god, whether it be your job, whether it be your money, whether it be your relationships, whether it be your career, whatever it is, you can put it before the living God, and God is a jealous God. So nothing should ever be put before the living God. This statue symbolized patriotism of Americans. It represents the will to fight, even in the face of opposition, to will to get back up, with the blood coming down the president's face, and how he turned to the crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania, and he raised up that fist and he said, "Fight, fight, fight." That patriotism echoed throughout the world and throughout America to re-energize Americans, to bring us together. Because I'm grateful Democrats should be just as excited that Donald Trump survived, because no balance belongs in our politics in America. So this statute.
All right. Now, first of all, I'm on the record as saying I'm glad that he survived. I am not in favor of assassination attempts on any of our political officials, but especially the president of the United States, because the president of the United States is a symbol. And anybody that tries to just take that out, that's an insult to our democracy. You know? And whether you like that man or not, I don't give a fuck. I wouldn't have been cool with that shit if it was Bush, and I hated that motherfucker, you know, when he was in office. But I wasn't. I would have been totally against anybody trying to take him out too. You know, I think he got a shoe thrown at him or some shit. So that's not cool, you know, at all. You know, that's an insult to our democracy and what's supposed to be a peaceful transition of fucking power. You know what I'm saying? It's not about what you like and what you want. It's about majority ruling and, you know what I'm saying, one man, one woman, one vote, whatever the case may be. Understandable. But a solid gold statue, like, nah. That is an insult to our democracy. You know, the fact that there is supposed to be a separation of church and state, but yet y'all are worshiping this motherfucker as if he's some kind of God, some kind of deity. That is bullshit. It's bullshit. Bullshit. That's some North Korea shit. That is some dictator type shit. And no, ain't cool with that.
Statue is a symbolism of the will to fight, to overcome, to persevere, that we, the people of the United States of America, to form a more perfect union. We are the people. We hold up Donald J. Trump, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican.
Like I say, I'm not in favor of any of them. I'm not an Obama fan. I'm not a Biden fan. I'm not a Trump fan. I wasn't a Bush fan. You know, I was a little young while Clinton was in office, but that was pretty much the president that I grew into adulthood with. I wouldn't have been cool with it with Clinton either. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, even, you know, reading about even the attempt on Reagan, you know, and then the assassination on JFK. I ain't cool with none of that shit, man. That is literally a slap in the face, you know what I'm saying, to our democracy, and just our system. You know what I'm saying? As an American, I'm just not cool with it. You know, if the people put the president there, you know, attempts on their life, that's treason. You know what I'm saying? That's treason. That should be punishable by firing squad, straight up. You know, because we have to protect it. That president is a symbol. That's just the way I see it. Like him or not, that's a symbol. You got to protect it. But gold statues, that's going too fucking far, man. That's going way too far. Way too far.
Whether you're gay, whether you're straight, whether you're young or old, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, or Jew, whatever your faith is, if you are bleed the red, the white, and blue, you are an American. And so that statue is for all of us, not just for Donald Trump.
But I just wonder whether, and as a man of God yourself, Pastor, whether Trump is increasingly guilty, some might say he's been guilty for a long time, of displaying the sin of pride. You know, this is a man who's renamed the Kennedy Center after himself. That was meant to be a memorial to another president who sadly fell victim to an assassination attempt. He's the first sitting president.
What's going on? I think this is Pramish Bali. What's up?
Yeah, man. How are you, dude? Not too much, just chilling. I didn't mean to interrupt. This is my first time finding the channel, so
no, we appreciate you. Feel free to chime in if you like.
Thank you.
Now you can chime in right now if you like.
Oh, happy Mother's Day anyway to all the mothers out there.
Yeah.
Joining from Australia. Yeah, I mean, I'm similar to the, I know all the politics and politicians. I'm not in favor of any of them. They all kind of talk a lot of nonsense and don't really act what they say. it's very shocking to see the statue. I think it's like a Kim Jong-ish type thing. And when you're saying about someone being assassinated, yeah, that is wrong, dude. Like as you said, they got elected, so they got full or a certain amount of time. You got to deal with that, and then the next time, you have a vote again. But politics in itself, I think it's, as I just said, they talk a lot of game, but they don't really do much, right?
That's politicians. That's what they do. They give speeches and talk, and that's it. Shake hands, kiss babies, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. It's Jerry Springer type shit. All talk, no show. No, but I understand that. That's politics, especially politics in America. I just believe that this right here is just way too much, bro. That statue is gold. I've never seen anything like this before. On that shit isn't even bronze, yo. That shit's gold.
And it's large, right? Like you said, 22 feet. That's bigger than most statues.
Yeah. 22 feet, yeah. I mean, that's probably including the base. Base is probably about 3 or 4 feet high, something like that.
Oh, okay.
But
I got that vibe though of when the preacher was saying how when he did get shot and he just put his hand up like that. That's what I thought it was. But then I looked, he's got his hand in his pocket. I thought maybe, but I don't know what, or is it some sort of new age, like not Nazi salute or something like that, fascist salute? Nah, wouldn't be.
I mean, I know D Shep just said in the chat that it was like the Black Power fist. I don't agree. I mean, what the pastor is saying is that that's the fight fist, telling everybody to fight. So it's definitely not the Black Power fist. It's not held at the right angle. Definitely not held at the right angle. For it to be a Black Power fist. It doesn't look like a Nazi fist, or anything like that, because I don't think like the Nazis put up a fist,
Yeah, of course.
But the Nazi salute wasn't it wasn't a fist, but either way, I'm just not in favor of this shit at all. I'm not in favor of it. Multiple statues have been taken down over the last decade or so. Confederate generals and stuff like that. And if you're gonna advocate to take those shits down and allow that shit to happen, this shit should have never went up.
Yeah, true.
It's solid gold. Now I get it. It's on private property. That's his property that has his name on it, whatever. And as far as I know, this was funded with private money. Reportedly, this was just under $500,000 to construct. Reports say it cost $450,000 to construct.
What?
Now, as far as where the money came from, I'm going to try to find that out in a moment.
There's going to be maintenance, security, all this, but whatever. The cost of it's great. But one thing what the pastor was, how he was saying, give the flowers while he's, living or whatever it was. I thought that's pretty.
They say it was like a crypto group or something that paid for it.
God, yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying for the pastor to say get your flowers while you're living, I think he should be promoting living a disciplined, humble life, and then you get your flowers in the next stage, rather than now.
It says a group of cryptocurrency investors, backing a meme coin, hopes the statue will soon be. And so this is in February 10th, on February 10th. So I think they're the ones that paid for it. So
Yeah,
of course,
geez, it didn't take long for it to get constructed. Then
yeah,
a couple months he come up.
well, they're pretty quick now when it comes to stuff like that. I guess this is their way of contributing. Hold up, let me see. It says, yes, a group of crypto investors built a towering gold statue of Donald Trump to promote a meme coin. So basically, some people want some shit done, and they're, this is their way of funneling some money.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess what they're saying is it's a bronze statue, but coated in gold leaf. So they're saying that it is bronze, but it's coated in gold. And they're calling it Don Colossus. Yeah. And it's a group of crypto investors that are trying to come out with a new cryptocurrency, they're trying to get a cryptocurrency called Patriot. Digital token. And I guess if you can get onto Donald Trump's good side, it makes gives you a better chance of getting stupid rich. So this is all in the name of greed. If you follow the money, that's what it looks like. You got some people that have a lot of money and they want more of it. So that was the purpose of doing this. I mean, I guess I can only say but so much. It's not like it's not on government property. It's not on public property. It is sitting on private property, and it was paid for with private money. So whatever. I'm not in favor of it, but hey, this is America. People can do whatever they want with their money. Well, they can do whatever they want with their money, and they can build whatever the fuck they want on their property. So
yeah, that's for sure.
But that's what they're saying is, the statue is a marketing strategy. The goal was just to kind of boost their currency up with and this is speculation right here, but I think it does make a lot of sense. Because if you understand how cryptocurrency works, because a lot of these motherfuckers talk about it, but they don't understand how cryptocurrency works, which is why they can't explain it to you. But it's not like the dollar. It's not like other commodities. Crypto, like Bitcoin, for example, it's all based on speculation with, not speculation, but it's based on the blockchain and how often, it's bought, sold, traded, whatever. It's not backed by anything other than how often it's traded. That's it. So, or how much it's transacted, online, because it's a digital currency. So the goal was to give it online buzz to build up its value, because that's the way meme coins or digital currency build value. Now, over the course of the years, multiple crypto investors have been trying to get multiple forms of cryptocurrency onto the futures exchange. It's been rejected just about every time. The futures exchange would allow it to be backed by some kind of commodity, some kind of physical commodity that's backed around the world. For example, our American dollar, which is the world's backup currency, is backed by petroleum, oil, whatever. Pretty much, our reserves in Alaska And you know what we have, that's what backs it. That's one of the reasons why it's the world's backup currency. But that's what backs it. It's backed by something. You know, the British pound, you know, is going to be backed by, of course, not just the British economy, but sterling, silver. You know, it's backed by real commodity. You know, so that's where that value comes from. These cryptocurrencies don't necessarily have that value. It's all based on buzz at the moment. So I think these investors, you know, understand that if they can pretty much make that illusion real to enough people, then boom, they'll be able to make more money, you know, with it. They'll be able to make more money. So it's just greed. It's just greed. I'll read right here. It says meme coins typically rise and fall on online buzz. They are often built around viral moments, celebrity figures, or political movements. In this case, the investors seized on the image of Trump raising his fist after surviving an assassination attempt in 2024. They saw in it a powerful symbol that can energize supporters and ideally drive coin sales. So no, this was not a gesture of fucking patriotism. It was a gesture of greed.
And in a way, like, it did work, or not work, but the fact that so many people are going to be talking about it around the world, and then the fact that just their name gets mentioned, like the publicity. So, you know.
Well, I mean, if you follow the money, because that's the only real question is who paid to build it. You know, and you find out what their motivations are, and then you see why.
Exactly.
You see why it was built. It wasn't built because you're such a patriot. You're trying to build the value of your shit. Your shit is built on, you know what I'm saying? Your shit is valued based on online buzz.
Yep.
By online buzz. So you're just trying to create an online fucking buzz. You know? So if you can kiss the president's ass, you know, the president who has a rabid support group, you know, and a very, very loyal support base and I'm gonna call it a fan base, because that's what he had. He has a bunch of fucking fans. Like he's some kind of rock star. Then that'll build the value of your shit. You know, naturally.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what it is, man. So, and I mean, I can say whatever, I don't necessarily like it, but I mean, that crypto shit, that's not the only thing. I mean, the entire stock market is based on fucking speculation and all of that other shit too. So that's just how it works. You know, you can build, it's not about what a company makes, it's about what the hell, you know, people think it's gonna what it's projected to make and shit like that. That determines the stock price. So that you know, the value of a fucking of a paper clip, a sheet of paper, a dollar, whatever, it's all based on speculation. So the illusion is now real, to quote Gordon Gekko from Wall Street. You know, that's it. They decide what the value of that shit is. It's a fucking illusion. So people think that these old bald-headed, wrinkly old white dudes are just smarter than everybody. That's why they rich. No, they just have a hell of a sleight of hand. Create illusions that seem real, and they determine the value of the shit that you consume.
Did it get unveiled today? This statue?
No, I didn't get unveiled today. I'm not sure exactly what day it was unveiled, but yeah, this is deep.
In regards to that, they make the value. Absolutely, I think my brother he's like an investment banker. He's like really high up in investment banking, and I remember him telling me, you know, when he's a few years into his kind of career, that like it's just numbers. You know, it's just zeros they punch onto a computer. few extra zero, like everything's kind of the same, but they just, yeah, just the way that he said that, you know, I mean, it's not obviously numbers, it's there's a lot more to it, and but it's overvalued.
Yeah. Now, one of the reasons why they're backing this was, of course, Trump made a campaign promise right here to make the United States a crypto capital.
What?
Yeah. Which is not, I mean, it's not a bad idea. Look, I've explained this on my show a lot, and I get it. You know, it's kind of like a foreign language. People like to speak about, you know, skewed narratives and bullshit that means nothing in the world, and that's more understandable to most people than actual shit that's happening, right? But, you know, I said this, and this wasn't even just a Trump dilemma. This was a Biden dilemma. You know, it was a Biden dilemma. It was going to be a Harris dilemma. It was going to be a Hillary dilemma. It was going to be, or it was an Obama dilemma. You know, and you know it came about around the Bush administration time, and probably started to come about around, you know, after Reagan and Bush Senior and shit. But you know, the value of an American dollar has been dramatically declining over the years. That's one of the reasons why you see, you know, you used to be able to buy a can of soda for 5 fucking cents.
Yeah, man.
And now the shit's like $2.15. That's why they say, if you spent, you know, a $50,000, $60,000 house back in 1970 is now worth, you know, it's now worth $500,000 or what the fuck ever, you know. For example, they say,
oh yeah, 600,000. Yeah, sorry.
Like, does that mean the value went up on the house? And a lot of stupid people, I'm not gonna say stupid people, but people that are uninitiated and don't understand how money, how currency, how the market works, they believe that, oh, the value of my house rose. No, the value of your dollar has gone down. That's what they don't understand, because the American dollar ain't backed by shit. See, this would have been the case if had we still been on the gold and silver standard. You know what I'm saying? But there was a time back in the 30s when all of your gold and silver was literally sold to the Federal Reserve. Like, there was a movement that came out where every fucking American had to go to the bank or they were deemed unpatriotic, and they had to turn in all of their gold because people were hoarding the shit. Okay, and they were given pennies on the dollar for all of their gold. So everything that was actually backing the American dollar was given to the Federal Reserve.
Yeah. The people saved it. Totally.
What ended up happening was now the Federal Reserve turned in to the United States personal piggy bank. So when there used to be gold reserves, now there's just the Federal Reserve. That's when they need that. That's why you see the national debt keeps going up, 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 like it's never going to stop. You know, because your money's not backed by shit. It's imaginary. Imaginary.
Right.
Sold it all for debt. For debt. Just for the ability to borrow. It's a big Ponzi scheme. You know? So when you see the price on a carton of eggs or bread and all of that shit go up, or the gas prices and shit go up and shit. Oh, man, we got to get those prices down. No, they need to raise the value. They need to somehow stabilize the value of your dollar, because the value of your dollar is steadily declining. That's what it is.
Yeah.
A
Good
carton of
point.
eggs
That's true.
worth the same amount for the most part that it's always been fucking worth.
Yeah.
You know,
There's so much at
the value
neutral,
of your
like
dollar is
yeah.
not worth the same amount that it was always worth. That's why it costs more. And your wages were not adjusted for inflation. Now, a lot of these people that worship Donald Trump, they're going back to his first presidency. And they realized that, look, when he got into office, they made a little more money. He kind of tried to get ahead of that. Wages were slightly increased for inflation. But this was a problem that was going to happen either way. You know? And then they blame Joe Biden and shit like that when prices just on shit just went through the roof. It was going to happen.
Yeah.
And people wonder, well, how did this shit happen in the first place? It happened through, of course, unbelievable corporate greed and political greed and corruption and shit. Because people were like, fuck that. Money ain't got to be worth shit as long as I can just have shit and power. That's it. The illusion can just be, I'll just create an illusion and I can have big mansions and big houses and control shit. You know, that's it. You know, nobody ever really cared about shit. So that shit bled all the way down to the people that run shit, your insurance company, your bankers, and everything else. So it came out to, it started to show with all types of ridiculous insurance rates, and then laws in multiple different states and even on the federal level that required you to keep insurance, you know, whether even if you're a doctor, you had to have medical malpractice insurance. They raised the prices on that shit, you know, everything. You know, everything. You can't drive a vehicle anywhere in the United States without, like, you legally have to insure the motherfucker just to be able to register it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's insurance companies that are running your government as well as banks. And it also led to predatory lending practices. They're borrowing a shitload of money, so they're going to pass the debt on to you. Why don't you borrow it too? Yeah, we know you can't afford to fucking pay it back. Doesn't matter. We'll just charge you a ridiculously high interest rate on the loan that we give you for your shit, for houses. And then when you can't pay it, which we know you can't, we'll just seize that shit and sell it again. It's a Ponzi scheme that was guaranteed to fall on itself, no matter what. And then when the housing market crashed, and that's one thing, the banker scheme fell on itself. Here came the government to bail those motherfuckers out when they should have gone to jail and prison.
Yeah.
For their predatory lending practices and been out of business, and maybe this could have naturally corrected itself. No, the government gave them a big fat check of some more imaginary money and told them, go ahead and keep doing what you've been doing and keep funding our campaigns. Appreciate you. You know? So yeah, this is going to fall on itself because of fucking greed. You know, naturally.
But see, and then I think in one part of that, a lot of the people in these positions, they don't seem to care, because by that time they're out of it. They're somewhere
dead.
else, and they've benefited.
They're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're dead. Just like the motherfuckers that did this shit back in the 30s, and even if you want to go back further than that, you can even go back to, you know, the Civil War, you know, and you know the early mid 1800s. Them people didn't get, they're dead. They're dead. But the people that came behind them are doing everything they can to keep shit just the way it was without having to change much of shit. But they'll create the illusion that things are changing for the better. No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah.
It's only going to get worse. You know, it's only going to get worse. People, let's see what's up. Look, you won't mind paying $12 for a candy bar that you're paying, that you used to be able to buy for 25 fucking cents or 15 cents, and the motherfucker's now $1.19. You know, eventually when your ass got to pay $12 for that motherfucker, you wouldn't mind paying it if your wages went up, you know, by about,
Yeah.
you know, by about, 1,500%. You wouldn't mind. You wouldn't care because it wouldn't mean anything, but your wages aren't going to go up by that much. So that's why they're going to have to keep dumping more and more money into the economy to keep stimulating the economy. That's why they call it stimulus. So they keep stimulating the economy because at the end of the day, America is a consumer society. That's it. All of these people, oh, work hard for a living. No, the fuck you. I mean, you do, but at the end of the day, you don't produce shit. Like America don't really, most Americans don't produce shit. Most don't produce shit. Most small businesses and businesses in America really do nothing but provide livings for the owner, you know, good livings for the owner and basic livings for the employees. That's what it is. You know, it's amazing. People have jobs where they come to work every fucking day and send a goddamn email. You know, they send an email by noon, push pencils around, push paperwork and shit all fucking day, and they think that they're fucking producing something in the world. Like, you're not doing shit. Nothing you're doing is essential to society running. Doesn't mean you don't work hard, doesn't mean you don't come home tired every single day, but like they can phase out your position in your job and your entire industry and profession, and the world would still keep going. Like, when you understand that, you know, America is not a producer of much of anything really, except consumers of everything else that's produced in the world. So that's why the rest of the world is so invested in keeping America a consumer society. Look at the map. Look at the American map. The shit literally looks like the floor plan of a flea market. So that's really what the fuck it is. It's a big ass flea market where everybody just comes and sets up a booth and sets up shop. That's it. You know? So understand what this is. You know, that's why you don't. America is no longer a producer of anything. You have you have consumers and you have owners here. That's it. Very few producers of anything. And more than likely, you know, if you do have a job or even a company that does anything, chances are it really just keeps the current system going. It helps to keep the current system going. That's it. You just allow people to continue to consume. That's it. That's all. That's all. You know? And then when inflation starts hitting people really, really big, or even if there's like some kind of global pandemic or some shit like that, you know, they're just going to go to the Federal Reserve and say, look, man, we need a few trillion. We got to stimulate this shit some more. Jumpstart it. Give it a little kick. You know, give it a little kick. Get these people buying shit again. Because people broke. They ain't allowed to buy shit. And when people ain't allowed to buy shit, then that's when the American economy gets fucked up. So they've tried a lot of shit. You know, Trump trying his shit with the tariffs and all of that shit. They're trying to do anything that they can to keep America buying. Make no mistake about it. The American dream is made in China and everywhere else in the world. Don't produce shit. Yeah, it's the hantavirus. I wanted to be careful talking about that. It is definitely different, you know, than C-19. Definitely different. You know, I'll probably be talking about that, you know, on another day. I don't see that, you know, that's going to be the way I see it. It looks like it's pretty tough to, like, it's just unlikely to spread like that. But, you know, it's just deep shit, you know. But, you know, like I said, everything's based on speculation. So if you can scare the whole fuck out of everybody, you can change things. You know, you can really, really change things. But trust me, even with that, you'll see what's up when they turn that shit into some red versus blue shit. What up, Ola Yano? Said, look, we selling luxury, lifestyle, and comfort and vanity right now. Normally, you know what I'm saying, when they get to this point, it spirals out of control. That's correct, bro. That's correct. That's why they look. If you watch financial networks and shit like that, you'll understand when Trump came into office and they brought it back when he came back into office, they were calling it Trumponomics because just him being in office kind of changed the market and the way things are going. And it was similar to Reaganomics, you know? That's why people just think that was a term that meant nothing. Bullshit. You know, the economy moved different. It moved different. You know, people, it wasn't just boomers buying cars and houses. It was everybody, you know, wanting the fucking toys. You know, if you're an 80s baby, you remember this shit. You remember all of that. All of the extra shit that you can just plug in or you can operate with batteries and shit like that. You know, that's what it was, and it wasn't even just that. It was, you know, the summer homes, the go-karts. You know what I'm saying? The Power Wheels, all of that shit. You know, just the extra toys. You know what I'm saying? The machines to help make your sushi rolls and your blenders and your mixers and all of that shit. You know, just all the toys. You know, yeah. What kept the economy going. What kept the stock market thriving. You know? That's how the corporate raiders were able to get stupid fucking rich, bro. You know? Stupid rich. Buying and selling of motherfuckers. Yeah. Buying, selling, liquidation. You actually see a remnant of that going on with Spirit Airlines. You know, Spirit Airlines is now out of business. You know, that was extremely common, you know, in the 80s. If you guys remember, there was an airline called Pan Am. You know? It no longer exists anymore. I was telling people to watch the movie Wall Street, right? It kind of explains it to a degree about how vulnerable airlines are for not just acquisitions, corporate takeovers, but liquidation. Because they come with unions. So things have to be done a certain way more often than not. People don't know what they're doing. The operating expenses are extremely high. So a lot for a greedy motherfucker, usually, you know, though an airline is worth more in pieces than it is operating. So as soon as it starts operating at a negative, anything can happen there. Anything. A crash, you know, a global pandemic, or just some fucked up shit that makes the rate of travel go down. Anything. And then it becomes prime for a takeover. A takeover, a merger, an acquisition, and whenever that happens, there's just going to be a likelihood of liquidation, which means, the planes, the hangars, overfunded pension plans, all of that shit. Garage sales. They're going to sell it all. Because it's just worth more when you sell it than it is trying to keep it running. That's common with airlines, believe it or not. Just is. So if you remember Pan Am, I mean, it didn't even just happen. Now, some of the ones that you guys would probably remember would be like Pan Am, TWA. Those I believe they were acquired. They were acquired and they weren't totally liquidated. They weren't totally liquidated, but they merged. So if I'm not mistaken, Pan Am was acquired by, I think, Continental. Don't quote me on that. I would have to look it up. But I believe it was acquired by Continental and then turned into United. If I'm not mistaken. What you see now as Southwest Airlines, that used to be TWA.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I think Spirit was trying to do. They were trying to be acquired, but nobody wanted that shit. It was operating in too much of a hole. So they just folded. Yeah, wait, world history. I'm just being real. Like this is shit that all you had to do was be alive to see it. And the shit happened right in front of you. Hell, I mean, look, if you're an 80s baby, I'm sure I don't know if you're an 80s baby, you knew somebody that worked for Pan Am Airlines. Hey,
I heard of that thing. And then they had to.
Yeah.
Didn't they have one of their planes have crashed, or there was an explosion on it too?
I don't think so. But don't quote me. That may have happened. That'll fuck up the price. I'm sorry. That'll fuck up an airline. Like that'll fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? If some shit comes out like that and they find out it was due to negligence or any of that shit, that can really fuck some shit up. So that may have happened. It is what it is. Nah, hey, wasn't gonna be no bailout. Did you ever fly with it? Yeah.
Did you ever fly with Pan Am?
Pan Am kept running even through the 80s. And if you know anybody that worked for Pan Am, life was good. Great benefits, pension, free travel and shit like that. And then that shit just folded. So yeah, bro. It's deep. It's deep.
We had an airline similar in Australia like that probably maybe 20 years ago from now, but like it was a long-standing, traditional, not traditional, but just like an Australian.
So that's when it happened. Hey, and that was the decline of Pan Am Airlines. You're absolutely right. So that's what did it. Wasn't a crash. It was a hijacking, whatever. So that was the symbol of the fucking decline. Right there. Done. Didn't take too long after that. So that shit is expensive. From fuel cost to the cost to run the crew. You got to pay pilots. There's of course marketing. There's hangars. They actually have to lease. Those gates at the airports and shit like that. That shit is, you have to have a lease and pay that shit. You see what I'm saying? For the gates
and then
the baggage claim and shit. That shit is, there's a lease on that shit. You have to pay that. in each one of them. That's why you see some airlines don't even fly into some airports. Likely because they can't afford it.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Or they just don't want to pay for this shit because shit overpriced.
Yeah.
You know?
So they go to the other one, the cheaper one, the smaller airport. That's true.
Yeah. And there you go. And hey, and you can feel free to look that shit up. I'm not going to, matter of fact, I don't want to give false information because I will look it up. Yeah. Okay, so AI Overview says Pan Am folded on December 4th, 1991 due to a, quote, perfect storm of high debt, deregulation, and catastrophic external events. As a premier international carrier lacking a strong domestic network, Pan Am could not compete after 1978, leading to fatal financial struggles, asset sales, and a final bankruptcy filing. Okay. Key factors in Pan Am's collapse. Let me bring this up so y'all can see it. Right here, we're going to bring that up real big. Hold up. Oh, that's nice. Big so I can read that. If y'all can read that. Small. Matter of fact, you should be able to read it, you know, because I'm not making it any larger. But yeah, lack of domestic network, you know, the Deregulation Act allowed competitors with large domestic networks to feed passengers directly in the international flights. Pan Am, primarily international, had to purchase passengers from rivals, making it impossible to compete on price. A national airlines merger, you know, to fix lack of domestic routes, Pan Am purchased National Airlines. This was costly, ill-fated merger that added immense debt without creating a cohesive or effective domestic network. All right. The Lockerbie bombing in 1988, the bombing of Flight 103, damaged Pan Am's reputation, resulting in a $300 million lawsuit and a sharp decline in passengers due to security fears. All right. Economic factors in the Gulf crisis, surging fuel prices during the 90-91 Gulf War caused operating costs to skyrocket, exacerbating an already dire financial situation. And then asset liquidation and failed partnership, which is what I was speaking on. Okay, which is kind of all I could tell you, but the other stuff, thanks for bringing it up. To raise cash, Pan Am sold off key assets, including its Pacific routes, London routes. A final attempt to stay afloat via an investment from Delta Airlines failed when Delta backed out after realizing the extent of Pan Am's losses. You know, so basically, yeah, Delta hit them with an ox from belly. Hey, you're too hot right now. You're too hot right now. I know if I can give it to you, man. You're too hot right now. You know? Yeah. So when Delta Airlines pulled funding, you know, leading to the immediate closure of the iconic 64-year-old carrier. Yeah. There you go. So those are all of those things right there. You know, deep shit. Deep shit.
Did anybody in the chat ever fly on Pan Am?
Sorry. I believe I did before. I had a family member that was working, you know, for Pan Am.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I mean, look, like I said, you probably knew something. It was one of the largest airlines in You know, and like I said, shit was good, but bro, airlines are like right for the fucking taking, man. So that's what they have been trying to do. But I know they have been trying to be acquired for a while and shit like that. I know a lot of people like, oh man, Spirit, they had a lot of flights and shit, man. Everybody flies that. They should be making money. Get the fuck out of here. No. There's a reason why that shit's so goddamn cheap. There's a reason why. Okay? They in a hole. They doing everything to stay afloat. TWA. Now you mentioned TWA. If I'm not mistaken, TWA is Southwest now. So I believe they were acquired. I'll look them up now. But I believe TWA was acquired. Now TWA, I did fly multiple times. Okay, so TWA's assets were absorbed by American after its final emotional flight from Kansas. But there was a tragedy with TWA. I thought it turned into Southwest. Guess I'm wrong. But it filed for bankruptcy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, TWA did not turn into Southwest. So I stand corrected. It was acquired by American Airlines. So it didn't totally go down. You know, it didn't totally go down. It ended up being acquired. You know, so that's what they want. You know, if you own it, that's what you want. You want to be, you know what I'm saying, you want to be acquired. There's another question. Whatever happened to Continental, which I believe is now United? Yeah. When you look up Continental Airlines, it's now United Airlines. Merged with United. So, hey, broken clock is right twice a day. I ain't always wrong. You know? If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's where I met Jesse Jackson for the first time at a TWA terminal. You know, at not at JFK, but at LaGuardia. Met him at LaGuardia when I was a kid. Yeah. Yeah, Northwest, like, bro, it was a lot. Now, the issue I used to have, every time a motherfucker used to fly on Continental, they used to lose a motherfucker's luggage, bro. Because I can remember that shit as a kid. Bro, nigga, luggage would always end up somewhere else. That shit happened to me like 3 times.
Yeah.
No, I'm on a son, because I used to fly a lot by myself, you know, to come see grandma and grandpa and shit for the summer and stuff like that. Man, they just stay losing the motherfucking luggage, bro. Stay losing luggage. You know, it'd be annoying. You see what I'm saying? Your luggage don't show up till fucking 2 days later and shit. Like
2 days, exactly.
Bro.
Yeah.
Shit, all you fucking nerds. Bro, people forget how common that shit was in the 80s and the 90s. I can't speak for before that. That shit used to happen all of the time, bro. You used to have to wait on your motherfucking luggage. For whatever reason, it don't happen as often now as it used to happen. This shit used to happen a lot, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Send your luggage somewhere else. Like, the fuck, bro? And this would be on direct flight. Motherfucker have a goddamn direct flight, bro. You ain't even connected. And these motherfuckers lose your luggage. What the fuck? Any fucking nerves, bro. For real. It used to happen a fucking lot, bro. So you used to, bro, you be wherever the fuck you know what I'm saying, you going and shit, you have to wait like 2 days for your shit to come.
Yeah. I mean, that just happened to my sister-in-law year before last in Australia.
Don't get me wrong,
She flew
it
from
still happens from time to time, just not as often as it used to. I think they just got better systems of checking luggage now. Just better systems. You know, just a little more efficient systems with the, you know what I'm saying, just the scans and the UPC codes and shit like that. It's just a lot easier, you know, for people to not make a mistake, you know, now. Because back then, that shit used to happen often, bro. Often.
Yeah.
And that was the annoying part. It's like, yo, because I can remember, look, when I used to fly as a kid, that used to be one of the things. Like, ain't no connecting flight. You know what I'm saying? When your people put, because this is back in the day. This is pre 9/11. So, yo, you don't really see too many more, like, you don't see as many children flying alone, you know, as you used to back then. No, because I've been flying alone since what the fuck. I think I took my first flight alone. I was about 5 years old. Yeah,
What?
about 5.
Wow.
But that's when, yo,
Say it again.
well, no, that's when fam used to be able to, okay, mom, dad, whatever, put you on a plane. You know what I'm saying? They basically, your family could come right to the gate. They can come right to the gate and see you.
Oh yeah, and then they put you on the plane. Like, yeah,
You didn't have to go through all that TSA. You just walk through a metal detector.
True. And then the flight attendant sort of looked after you. on
Yeah,
the
that's
flight.
it. And that's it. They would, you know what I'm saying, they would give you to a flight attendant. And just like you say, you'd be the first one. You know what I'm saying? The kids would be the first one. Kids, handicapped people, whatever. This is back when you could still smoke on a plane.
Yeah, I remember that.
They used to have the
My
fucking
dad
smoking
used to smoke.
sign and shit. Yeah, I remember that. And then, you know what I'm saying, when you land, hey, whoever was to come, you know what I'm saying, that had to come pick you up, they'd be right at the gate waiting on you. You know, they can come right to the gate and wait on you. That's not the case now. You can't get in the airport if you're not flying. 9/11
That's
changed
right.
things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 9/11 definitely changed things. Definitely changed things.
Oh fuck, bro. The whole
Nah, bro, before 9/11, you can just go right to the airport, buy a fucking ticket.
I know.
Remember the lines to go buy a ticket and shit? Or the lines to go get your boarding pass? Because you might have the ticket and then you gotta go get your boarding pass. But I can remember when I used to fly, you know what I'm saying? Fam, you would send me my board, like, okay, I would get my ticket and my boarding pass mailed. Yeah, I would get it mailed. So that way, that's all I had to do. You know what I'm saying? When it was time to fly, was, you know, just take you to the airport. Nada. You know? Nada. But that's back when, you know what I'm saying, you have to send that shit. Yeah, you got it mailed back then. That's because you could go do that shit. You know what I'm saying? But now they got a machine in there. You know what I'm saying? Where you come in, you got your ticket, the shit be on your phone, you just fucking scan that bitch, and the machine spit out your boarding pass.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty simple now, but before it used to be a long ass line for that shit.
Yeah, I still do it to this day though. I have to tell you to be there 2 hours ahead of time. I always I never do. I always get there like 15 minutes before the flight, because even if there's a big line, they come down and they ask who's for this flight, is, you know, final call for this flight, and then you go to the front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, bro, that's just the game. So I'm not. I mean, don't get me wrong. With the exception of just like TSA, I think it's it actually is a little easier to fly now. You know, it's a little easier to fly now. Especially if you're not checking luggage. Like if you can, you know, be slick with your carry-on and shit. and make sure that everything that you got you carry on. It's real simple to just go in that motherfucker. If you used to it, like, you know what I'm saying, make sure your shoes are off, all of that shit real quick, boom, you get right through TSA. If it's not a long ass line, so I think it's pretty easy, you know what I'm saying, to kind of just get to the airport. But when I look at it now, as opposed to when I was a kid, I'm like, damn, it seemed like a lot, but I was a fucking kid. You know what I'm saying? I was 5 years old, 6 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? 11 years old. I'm like, I couldn't even imagine doing that shit now. You know what I'm saying? Like putting a 9-year-old on a fucking, or a 7-year-old on a fucking plane.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't even imagine that shit. Imagine that shit, Kojak. You know what I'm saying? If you were a kid, because when I used to fly, look, mom, pop, would walk a motherfucker, would come right into the airport and walk a motherfucker right to the gate. All right? Hand me off to the flight attendant, and stand there with me until it was time to board. And real shit, me and that flight attendant pretty much be best friends through the whole shit, through the whole flight. And then when you get off the plane, hey, might come off first, might come off last or whatever. You might have to wait, whatever the case may be. But whoever was there to pick you up would be right at the gate waiting on you. Like right there, as soon as you get off the plane. I wouldn't do that shit with a kid now. Like, if I can't see my kid off at the gate, fuck that. He ain't flying. Just like Kojak said, I wouldn't put a kid alone on a plane now. Hell nah. Hell nah. Do these flights even have meals anymore? When's the last time y'all been on a flight with a meal? So I remember that. They used to have goddamn meals and shit, bro. They used to have breakfast, lunch, all that shit. Motherfucker used to have 1 or 2 meals on that bitch, bro, for like a 3-hour flight. Yeah. 3-4 hour flight. Nigga, you got 1 or 2 meals on that bitch. Yeah, I don't even think they do meals anymore. Like that's another way they done cut costs. Man, I can remember not only did I get on a flight with hold on, let me kill this. All right, not only did I get on a flight, I think I was about 9 years old. Yo, fucking me. I got on that motherfucker with McDonald's in my damn backpack. I had McDonald's burgers and shit in my damn backpack. You used to be able to do that shit. Yeah. Bring food on a plane and shit. Can't do that shit now.
Are you sure? You can't bring your own sandwiches on a plane?
You're bringing no foreign substance on none of that shit. None of that. You gotta put that through TSA. You gotta put that.
Oh, sure, yeah, you gotta
get me the hell no. It's like you said, hey, grandma used to pack fried chicken and potato salad. Yeah. I think he used to come back with sweet potato pies and shit on the plane. Yeah. 3 ounces of liquid. Yeah. Man. But I agree, bro. I wouldn't put a child on a plane anymore solo. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that shit these days. Because it's just too much shit going on in an airport. Too much shit going on in an airport. And then on the plane. And then when they land, like, nah, you got to be able to meet a motherfucker at the gate. For real. So that's what I'm saying, man. Shout out to the other 80s babies. Yeah, shout out to the other 80s babies because you remember them days. And unfortunately, This is something that the newer generation doesn't want to remember too much of. Shame. For real. Like,
83. Shout out 83.
Like that. Flying on fucking plane was so goddamn routine. Yo, chew gum, eat plug, pop. Yo, that's why, hey, when the motherfucker had a Game Boy and a Game Gear and shit, I had both. Game Gear, Game Boy, all of that, right? Hey, motherfucker had the rechargeable battery pack. Make sure that shit nice and charged up for each of them. So that way you didn't have to worry about battery dying on that motherfucker. Ain't none of that. That shit nice and charged up. They ain't have no USBs and shit like that. Then you fuck around, your battery die. Some shit fuck. But Game Boy, Game Gear, all of your handheld games, unless you had them cheap ass Tiger games, cheap as fuck anyway. I never liked them shits. Them shits was garbage. But yeah, Game Boy or Game Gear, get the rechargeable battery pack. You have to charge that bitch for like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever. You don't usually charge that shit when you know what I'm saying? And hey, you remember the Game Gear, the Game Boy one wasn't that big. It wasn't that big. It was small. You know, it was pretty small. It was probably like the size of a smartphone. Pretty small. But the Game Gear one, that bitch was long as fuck, bro. That shit was like big as one of these cans of beer drinks. And it had some.
It had an antenna. The Game Gear had an antenna.
Put on your belt and shit, man. That shit was big as fuck, bro. Yeah. But now, before you fly or you take a train or some shit like that, you would make sure that shit is nice and charged up. Nice and charged up. Real shit. That was always the spare that you had was maybe battery, just in case you lost some like, batteries on. See what I'm saying? See, remember that. People are like, oh, well, why would you have a Game Gear and a Game Boy? Because some games were exclusive to just Sega, and other games were exclusive to Boy, right? Like Sonic the Hedgehog and shit. There's Tetris, Mario, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Kojak, Joe Montana football. Yeah. Well, even though Game Gear was in color, it was certain games you couldn't play on that, bro. Yeah. You couldn't play no Joe Montana football on a fucking Game Boy.
It was a TV. Game Gear was a TV as well, right?
Yeah, but that it never really worked proper. It was really like a radio shit to turn it into a TV. But that shit was really acting.
Yeah, it had an antenna.
Like, it had some antenna on the top of it and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't really. You know what I'm saying? But straight. Yeah, cause it was a fucking bastard. They just ended up coming out with the Game Boy. I'm just, if you was a kid that traveled back in the day, you know what I'm talking about, right? That's because you had to have that shit. You had to have.
Yeah, for your Discman. You had to have batteries for your Discman. If you had to go on a long flight or walk.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, I'm about to kind of switch the subject a little bit, right? So, Kojak, shout out to y'all, but hey, shout out to the Detroit Pistons. You know what I'm saying? Winning those first games at home. I had a feeling that y'all were going to fuck that game at home. So I'm afraid of it in a moment. But one of the things I'm going to do, shout out to my boys. Busting that ass, right? And you know what I'm saying? In whatchamacallit, Philadelphia, right? I kind of got into it with some Sixers fans on the internet, right? But I still have respect for Sixers fans, the real ones, the good ones, because what they did after going down game, because after we won game 1 and blew the motherfuckers out by 40 and shit, you know, they're like, oh, don't get too hyped up. It's just one game, blah, 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 right? And I'm like, bro, we about to sweep y'all. You remember, though, I was like, after that fucking that Geo blocking shit, I was like, man, we about to sweep y'all motherfuckers, bro. Like, y'all popping all that shit, bro. We about to sweep you. Like, I don't like that. And we still gonna find a way to get tickets, man. Now, one thing that I do want to say before I get into this and before I show this shit. Yeah, we get into it because we argue because people in Philly talk shit, not at the level of New Yorkers. Yeah, it's tough to out talk shit. It's tough to out shit talk New Yorkers. They try. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I wasn't on, though, I'm not going to show it, but I did see it. Somebody had their phone out. Somebody was outside of Madison Square Garden. Somebody was outside of Madison Square Garden. Sixers jersey. And what ended up happening was somebody, basically people started grabbing on this dude's jersey and tearing at him with a Sixers jersey. Now, I'm going to speak to all the Sixers fans right now. Just so you know, that's the YN nigga, man. That ain't no old nigga. Like, don't do that shit. Like, we can boo you, we can pop shit, but when it comes to the games and shit, ain't nobody supposed to be putting their hands on you. We can be louder than y'all, cheer, pop hella shit. But as far as putting your hands on somebody, you don't do that because we know what the Giants and the thing. We already know it's not going to be a brawl or a riot in being in an arena and somebody touch one of our, you know what I'm saying, one of our fellow fans just because they're a fellow, you know what I'm saying, they're a Knicks fan or a Giants fan or some shit like that, like it's about to be a riot. Show the same goddamn respect. You don't put your hands on nobody. That's not cool. So I just want to speak to that shit like that. That's the YN. That's the new school shit. That's rare. I don't know nothing about motherfuckers putting hands on people. That's not wrong. Don't have to get on the shit. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be scared to come and impose the building. Shit. You should be able to wear the jersey, whatever the case may be. You should be able to do that. So I will say that much. Say that. Now, I am going to bring a few things up though, because, and this is why I am going to give a shout out to Sixers fans, even though a few of them were pretty, you know what I'm saying, pretty abrasive, right, when it came to shit. But I will say this much. Y'all kept it real. You know what I'm saying? When y'all went down 3-0, y'all, for the most part, y'all kept it real. Y'all kept it 100, right? And I'm going to show you some of the reactions that had me laughing my motherfucking ass off, bro. Like, had me really legit laughing. You know, I'm going to show you Sixer fans that were arguing with each other after that shit. You know, the reactions from Sixers fans that were arguing with each other. This shit is hilarious, bro. You cannot make this shit up. Not only were they arguing with each other, but hey, it's like you couldn't even blame New York or Knicks fans for what the fuck happened to y'all. Listen to this shit.
I'm just saying.
You got Paul George didn't score not 1 point after the first quarter, bro. He come out on fire. He turned and hit fadeaway threes. all the stupid crap, and the ball can't score not one stinking point. Andy, this is what you wanted. You wanted me to come on and blow up. This is what you wanted to do. You wanted to see this. You wanted this. I'm sitting there on my couch. I'm like, no, I'm cool. I'm going to fall back. I don't want to even do it. I'm going to chill tonight. I want to have a peaceful night. I got a tournament I got to do tomorrow. I wasn't even supposed to play tomorrow. If I'm playing in the flag football tournament, I'm playing quarterback. I wasn't even supposed to be playing. Now I got to try to readjust my thinking to play football. I've been retired for 15 years. Now they want to bring me back to play that. Then I got to watch this crap when Paul George can't score. I mean, he didn't even come close to making a bucket from the second quarter on. Ain't even come close. And we're going to sit here, the bull who played all the minutes, the one who tried to put the team on his back, had 0 bounce. He can't get 2 inches off the ground. He's shooting these flat behind jump shots. But
now that's a real fan right there. Hold your boys accountable for the fact that they play like shit, right? Don't just say, and here's something else. They start arguing with each other when motherfuckers just say, like, look, they hate Knicks fans. And real shit, that's the way it is, bro. Like, we really, Atlantic Division ain't what it used to be. That's why I do kind of like the way the playoffs are configured right now. It just kind of worked out like that. Because if you remember, Kojak, there used to be Central Division and Atlantic Division, right? It used to be that. That was it. So to see the 2 teams left in the Atlantic Division going at it, and then the 2 teams that's in the Central Division going at it, I was like, that's cool. That's cool. That's kind of the way it should be for the Eastern Conference. You know what I'm saying? Like if you battling for the Eastern Conference, and then the Atlantic Division winner and the Central Division winner start running. That's why back in the day, the way it used to be was it used to be similar to football, where if you won your division, you automatically got a 1 or 2 seed. Remember that? You know what I'm saying? So if you won the Atlantic Division, you know what I'm saying, you could have a worse record than the team that came in second in the Central Division, but you still got the number 2 seed. And you would get a fucking home game. Like you would get, and it wouldn't even go to record, it would go to higher seeding on who had home court. It was kind of like football. And they changed that shit when they actually changed that shit, I believe, with like, I think it was Denver or some shit like that. This is back in the 2000s. They changed that shit when a team that won their division, you know what I'm saying? I think, yeah, Denver had a better record than them, bro, and they just had a fucked up seed and didn't have. They were like the number 3 team or 2 team or some shit in the conference, and then they ended up only having home court in 1 round. Like it was fucked up. It's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It was like the second round, and yeah, it was just fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It just worked out pretty fucked up. So, but listen to this shit. But that's why I like seeing that shit. It's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is based on records now. But this is old school shit where it's just Atlantic Division, Central Division, and that's the way it's supposed to kind of be. You know, it was rare. Like when y'all had to play Chicago back in the day for the Eastern Conference, that was rare. That usually didn't fucking happen. It would usually be, you know what I'm saying, a Central Division team versus an Atlantic Division team because they would be on opposite sides of the bracket, usually. You know?
Maxey, another 3, way off. Rebound Knicks. This game's over. Up ahead, Bridges, layup, good. Sixers going to go down 3-0.
Now, here's where we get the post-game reactions. Now, y'all listen to this exchange right here. I had to show this because this shit funny.
Fuck the Knicks fans.
Bro, don't be a pussy.
Fuck them.
You knew we couldn't fuck with
these are 2 Sixers fans. You see them rocking their shit. And they were doing a live game commentary reaction. Motherfucker opens this shit with fuck the Knicks fans.
Fuck the Knicks fans.
Bro, don't be a pussy.
Fuck them.
You knew we couldn't fuck with these niggas when we pulled up. We tried to talk it into existence, nigga. We could keep it a bean.
I
We tried to
said
speak
fuck
it
the
into
Knicks
existence.
fans.
How you gonna say fuck the Knicks because we pussy?
That's real. Keep it real. I respect that. And nigga say, how you gonna say fuck the Knicks fans because we pussy? Yeah, one more time. Hey, the other dude
Fuck
gonna
the
keep it
Knicks
real
fans.
too.
Bros, don't be a pussy.
Fuck them.
You knew we couldn't fuck with these niggas when we pulled up. We tried to talk it into existence, nigga. We could keep it a bean.
I
We tried to
said
speak
fuck
it
the
into
Knicks fans.
existence. How you gonna say fuck the Knicks because we pussy? Them niggas just walked in here with no fucking OJ, cat and foul trouble all fucking game and walked us, nigga. What are you talking about? How you mad at the Knicks because we pussy? Right? It ain't like they cooking us and we playing well, nigga. We pussy.
It's jealousy.
All right, I respect that.
I respect that, dog. Just keep it real, dog. Just keep it real. Yo, just keep it real. You feel me? It's like shit on your squad for being pussy, dog. Like that's it, bro. Your organization fucked up. They dropped the ball. Yo, and trust me, this is why people like, oh, fuck you, you a Knicks fan. Bro, I've been there. Like, I've been there. As a Knicks fan, I've been there. And I will go as recent as last year. Or 2 years ago if you want to. 3 years ago. Like literally, last year, 2 years, and 3 years ago. Why you ain't hear us complaining? Motherfucker, we went against Miami with a higher seed. Miami was an 8 seed in 2023. We had the home court advantage. They beat us. Like, they beat us. It wasn't, the refs didn't do it. None of that shit. All right. The next year, the Pacers beat us in 7. As embarrassing as that was, we watched OG blow a tire. We knew Brunson was hobbling, limping. We knew Hart wasn't at 100%. Like, all of that shit, bro. Tibbs had a shit rotation. And we knew Julius Randle ain't that nigga, dog. He just ain't him. We knew that. And then last year, bro, we got beat. Home court advantage all 3 years. In the series, we got beat. Nigga, we got beat. No, we don't like the Pacers. You know we don't like the Pacers as Knicks fans. Like, you feel me? You know that. What the fuck we gonna say? We got beat. And on top of that shit, the Pacers proved it wasn't no fluke because they went 7 with the Thunder. Last year's Knicks team was not going 7 with the Thunder. We were going to lose in the finals. So we got outcoached. We got outcoached. We actually got outplayed and we lost. That's why you don't hear Knicks fans talking that shit. You didn't hear, bro, Kojak, did you hear that shit from Knicks fans after that shit last year? We were shitting on our squad. They fired Tibbs. We couldn't even shit on our squad because our squad didn't get to play. That nigga was running a 6-man rotation. Seven-man rotation. Cat, OG, Hart, Bridges, Brunson, Deuce, and Robinson. That's it. He didn't play anybody else. So, of course, we lost. The nigga Rick Carlisle was going 10, 11 deep. CJ McConnell was fucking us up coming off the bench. We got beat. We get it. You feel me? Ain't no complaints. We got beat by better, whether or not they were a better team, they played better and they were coached better. So that is what it is. What up, Lord ADS?
What up, Ed T?
Shit, chilling, dog.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in the audience, if there are any. Yeah. Looks like right now Nick's cooking. Knicks on big, you know what I'm saying, on big run. Looks like you're gonna make the final. Well, y'all could make the finals, depending on how good Detroit look out there. But looking good for y'all right
now, this is one thing, and I think Kojak understands where I'm saying, bro. He said, when our teams be pussy here in Detroit, we let them know that shit. That's what I'm saying, dog. Like, I was even saying this shit not last year because I was kind of feeling the energy. But the year before, I was like, this team ain't it, bro. We got Julius Randle, bro. He's not him. I knew that. We got a left-handed dude in Julius Randle that doesn't even know he's left-handed.
Well, let's give Julius Randle a little credit. Let's give Julius Randle a little credit. He looks really good with Minnesota right now.
That's why, and that's why the trade was good. The trade worked for both teams. That was a good trade. But also, we fleeced them, but they fleeced us. So I guess that makes it fair. Because what we did was we inflated Julius Randle's stats for those years. We sacrificed winning for years. Let's keep it real, because Julius Randle is not an all-NBA power forward. He's not. But we made him look like one, didn't we? We actually made him into one. Julius Randle is not a perennial all-star, but he was in a Knicks uniform, wasn't he? We did a good job with that. You feel me?
I don't know, Auntie. Now, he does look pretty good out there with Minnesota, too.
I'm asking you, bro, is that motherfucker on an all-NBA team?
No, he did not make one this year.
He did with the Knicks. And to be honest, I knew what the plan was off rip. I had to tell Knicks fans to chill the fuck out. They're like, oh, well, he's our all-star. He's supposed to be doing this. I'm like, that nigga ain't no real all-star. We just featuring him to bump up them numbers to give him trade value. That's business. I knew what the Knicks was doing. We just featuring him. This is a fucking NBA. We can give you touches and make you look great. Nigga, Linsanity happened in New York. The fuck? We had that little motherfucker look like an all-star, didn't we? All you have to do is put the ball in your hand and feature you. And you're going to get them numbers. You feel me? That's it. We ain't going to win shit, but we going to get you your numbers. But we had to do that to bump up the trade value. Because we want to trade him for an all-NBA nigga. So we can't, like, ain't nobody trading an all-NBA player without getting an all-NBA player in return. So we need to make that motherfucker all-NBA. Make sense?
A pseudo all-NBA player. And that happens a lot all throughout the league, Auntie, not just with the Knicks, where they'll try to bolster some player's stats just so they can trade him. That happens all the time.
No, I'm just saying that's what we did with Randle. When he was there, that's why we did that. You know, it wasn't because we thought Randle was the guy we can win with. We knew that motherfucker wasn't him. Same with RJ Barrett, bro. We had to let that motherfucker get a certain amount of touches and shit so we can get who we really wanted, which was OG. Everybody knew. RJ wanted to be in Toronto because that's where the fuck he from. He's not built for New York. We knew that. But we want OG. We want OG Anunoby. So we gotta we gotta bump this motherfucker value up to get what we want. Right? So, but when I say we fleece them, yeah, but no, because Minnesota still ain't stupid, right? They ain't stupid. So they didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. They know, they like, look, we know this nigga got all NBA numbers, but no, we're not giving you cat straight up for him. He's not that nigga. Like, y'all know that. Give us Dante too. You know what I'm saying? So they made us give up DiVincenzo too. Make sense?
Vincenzo looked pretty good first half of the season.
We didn't want to give up DiVincenzo, but it was we got it. We had to give up one of the Nova boys, bro. We had to give up one. Like Minnesota ain't still. That's why everybody said the trade worked out. The trade worked out for both teams. You know, We get Cat. Y'all get DiVincenzo and Randall. Deal. You know?
Because what I'm seeing is going to be a showdown either way, and I think if the Timberwolves somehow or another did get advanced to the next round, they would even give OKC a fight. I think they give them a good fight.
No, they're not advancing to the next round.
I mean, if that, you know,
if that alien decides to fly the fuck back to whatever galaxy he's fucking from, Wemby, that is, in the middle of this fucking series, Minnesota is not going to advance. I'm sorry. They got that win. They might even squeak out another one because they're tough, and San Antonio's a little young, but I think San Antonio accidentally get out of this series with Minnesota.
I everything's a probability. Nothing's 100%. I just want to see what happens at this point, right? So I'm just saying, for hyperlogical purposes, right? If they advanced, I think they gave OKC a fight. I think they give them a good fight. But like you said, I think they get dominated, you know what I'm saying? But I think they give them some kind of fight. Like you said, squeak out 1 or 2 against OKC as well. Because I think Minnesota is a really decent team that's just one superstar away from a championship, right? They need a second superstar on that team with them.
Minnesota?
They'll go with Anthony Edwards. They need another superstar. Yeah.
Asking for too much. That's a wrap. If you need another superstar, remember there are second and third apron fucking rules and shit in the NBA. You would have to gut the whole fucking team, bro. That's Minnesota. What the fuck kind of luxury tax you expect those motherfuckers to pay? Unless you can guarantee championship, dog. Like unless that other superstar's name is Giannis. And then right now, because that motherfucker's under contract, you got to trade something for him. So you're going to end up having to gut the team for him. That's it. It's not going to happen. You're not getting a superstar. You're not even getting an all-star to go over there without the makeup of the team changing as you know it. Think about it.
I'm just saying that's what they need.
Trust me, I be having to argue with Knicks fans about that because a lot of Knicks fans speak on emotion and what they think would look good, like it was a game of 2K or some shit. And I'm like, bro, this shit doesn't make sense. Like the shit doesn't make sense. Like it can't happen. They're like, they need to get this one. They need to get that one. I'll be like, yo, we would have to give something.
I don't want to be rude to you, Auntie. But I don't want to hear that from a Knicks fan who gave up 5 first-round picks for your boy. Okay, I don't want to hear that from y'all.
Okay.
For Bridges, yeah, I don't want to hear that. And you were trying to get Giannis too.
Yeah, but there were things that we refused to give up. That's why we don't have Giannis. Okay, because we refused to gut the whole fucking team and just be the fucking Milwaukee Bucks 2.0. Like the fuck out of here.
You could have gotten Giannis if you wouldn't have gotten Bridges.
Possibly. I mean, no, we couldn't have gotten Giannis if we didn't get Bridges because, put it like this, Bridges only required those picks and some garbage. They didn't require a player too. Giannis would have required a player, probably 2 players plus those picks. Make sense?
And that's when you give them DiVincenzo.
They would have wanted an all-NBA player, a fucking solid role player, and those picks. We would have had to literally change the makeup of the fucking team.
But right now, though,
do that.
If y'all would have made that move, right now, I would say that the Knicks would be probably the only team who could truly give OKC a run for their money.
Okay, you're still not making fucking sense. Do you understand? If we do that, there is no Bridges and there is no Cat.
No. You can get around trading Cat. I mean, you can give on.
What are you talking about? That's the only other All-NBA player we got. There is no Bridges, there is no Cat, and there's probably no Josh Hart neither. They would have wanted an all NBA player, a solid role player, okay, and those picks. So there's not going to be a Bridges, a Hart, or a Cat. It's not the same team.
Wait. So a Giannis in his 14th season can still draw 5 first-round picks, an all-NBA player, and a great role. Oh, man. No way. No.
Yeah. That's what
No.
the fuck. Hold on.
No.
You just cut me off? Like, check this out, Lord. That's what Milwaukee wanted. That's what the fuck they wanted. That's what they wanted. The answer is no. The answer is no. That's it. That's why the deal didn't happen.
That's a Yoki price range.
That's why the fuck Giannis is still in the goddamn Bucks jersey. Makes sense? That's why the deal ain't done. With no team in the league. Makes sense?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's starting to make sense. So I agree with you. Everybody's like, man, fuck you. Like, when they talk to Milwaukee, they're like, man, fuck you. Milwaukee, like, fuck it, yeah, you can have them, but we about to rebuild, bitch. Like, that nigga want Sam Presti type shit. That nigga want an OKC type deal. He want a Danny Ainge type deal. Like, man, fuck you, bro. You ain't getting that shit. So, but the Knicks understood that shit, bro. You know, like, you want all that shit. Now, of course, most people don't agree with the deal with Bridges, but keep in mind, even when they brought over Bridges, we still had Dante. Like, we still had Dante. So it's more of a team thing, bro. It's just more of a locker room team thing. So look, I understand that, and I don't think anybody really agreed with that. But this is something else that I urge Knicks fans to do, is just respect. We have a job to do, and that's cheer for the team no matter what. The GMs and the front office, they got a job to do too. So just respect it. You know what I'm saying? If they win a championship, especially this one, it's all good. It's all good. So, and why do I say especially this one? Because we would be the first team in the existence of that in-season shit to win the in-season tournament and the NBA title. We're already the first team to win the in-season tournament and make it out the first round. And that's some shit. Think about it.
I mean, let's just keep it real. Y'all have really lucked up when it comes to y'all plethora of opportunities to run for championships. It almost feels as if y'all supposed to be in the championship these last 2 years anyway.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying?
What team doesn't? No, but we didn't have a legit chance to win. We had no chance against OKC last year. And I'm a Knicks fan, I will say that. We ain't had no chance against OKC last year. Had we have made it to the conference finals the year before that against Boston, when Indiana beat us in 7, chances are we weren't gonna win. You feel me? We weren't gonna beat Boston, probably. Before that, if we couldn't beat the 8 seed Miami Heat in 2023, there was no way in hell we were gonna beat Joker in his prime. Even if we did go to the finals, there was no way in fucking hell Boston would have ran us off the fucking court. So, you know, but every team lucks up to win a championship from time to time. You need a little bit of luck. Look at Denver, bro. When they won the championship, dude. Look at LeBron. I'll go back to LeBron's championship in LA. Only championship in LA. You got to do that shit in a bubble, bro. You got to do that shit in the bubble. Nigga, you got 3 months off. 3-4 months off in the middle of the season, bro. And in the bubble. Like, come on. No travel. No, none of that shit. With all that rest in the middle. But yo, that's the luck. You get a fucking ring. Real shit. You know? You know what I'm saying? With Milwaukee. You know? If Kevin Durant had a smaller shoe and didn't step on that fucking line, Milwaukee probably doesn't win their championship, right? And them niggas got to play Atlanta in the conference finals, if I'm not mistaken. Right? They have to play the fucking Atlanta Hawks.
You know, I'm gonna say just like this. You know,
Hold on. I ain't even done yet. You know? Then you talking about Boston, bro. They got to play a goddamn 5 seed in the finals. They got to play the Dallas Mavericks in the finals. Like, come on. Denver got to play a fucking 8 seed in the finals. Like, every team needs to luck up a little bit to win a fucking championship, bro. That's the game.
But you got to understand, though.
OKC got pushed to 7 last year. Okay? They got pushed to 7 by Denver. Aaron Gordon blows a tire, but pops his fucking hammy. You know? And that's a little bit of luck. And then you got Tyrese that fucking pops a fucking Achilles in game 7. Like, what the fuck? You got to get a little lucky. So, yeah, we got lucky that Philly did all the dirty work for us and beat Boston in 7, and then let us just bring out the brooms on their ass. I agree. That's part of it. You got to get lucky, and you got to avoid bad luck. So we got to, let me knock on wood. I hope we got to dodge the injury bug. You know what I'm saying? We got to dodge the injury bug. We got to stay healthy, and we can't wet the bed. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. So yeah, you do have to get a little lucky. You got to avoid some bad luck. That's the game, bro. But now go ahead, bro.
Jimmy Butler is the last of the 90s style bullies in the NBA. And that year he took them into the play-ins and all the way to the NBA finals. That was Jimmy Butler at his finest. That's what you do. You niggas don't know. Y'all don't understand. Y'all some pretty boys. This is basketball. That Jimmy Butler, that animal of a man out there dogging these niggas. But that's such a rare thing to see, though, Anthony. That's almost like if God said, I'm going to give all your 90s players, MJ, Charles Oakley, Patrick Ewing, all those cats, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, I'm going to give them all back 10 years of youth, right? I'm going to give them back a whole year of youth, a whole season of youth to play against y'all, just see who the best is. Such a rare thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's dope if it ever happens. And that year was dope. Jimmy was just that right there was basketball.
I went to live games. Of course, I went to games 3 and game 4 that they played against the Knicks. You know, and they beat us, bro. Like that's how it works, bro. Like I understand, and they beat us, bro. It wasn't referees on some bullshit. It was they beat us, and they beat a lot of motherfuckers. But they also got lucky. If I'm not mistaken, Giannis blew a tire in the first round. Right?
Facts.
You know? Like that's what it is. But also, if you can do that shit as an 8 seed, you get to take the path of the 1 seed, which is the one of least resistance. You know? You don't have home court. And then they put Boston in a 3-0 hole. Remember? They put Boston in a 3-0 hole and almost blew that shit.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? And ended up going 7 and having to win game 7 on the road in Boston. Just like Philly did. Just to play against Denver and get 5 games swept. Or did they get swept? No, they won a game.
They did win 1 game, I think. If I'm right, Miami won 1 game.
They won 2. I think they won 2. I think they lost in 6.
I thought they got
in
one.
Miami.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll take a look. See.
Yeah, you check it. I think they won in 6. You know, because the celebration happened in Miami. But yeah, that's what it is. So sometimes you got to get lucky, dog. Like the fuck, you know what I'm saying? So I understand that shit. So like I said, there's a chance that the Knicks can do that shit, and it's a chance that they can do that.
And T, just for the record, okay? They lost to Denver. They won one game and lost 4.
Okay, so Denver won that shit in Denver? Okay. Because game 5 would have been in Denver. You got me.
Facts. So
Okay.
so back to what you were saying, the Knicks would have they've had so many great. I mean, let's not even talk about back in the day, the '90s, when y'all had Patrick Ewing and John Starks and Charles Oakley all on the same damn team. Bro, y'all could have won it 2-3 times over if y'all just could have stood up to Jordan.
We had Derek Harper too. What you talking about?
Yeah, y'all could have beat the Bulls. Y'all got bullied by Jordan like I'd never seen. Bullied.
Look, I don't even want to go too far back because I want to see some more of these breakdowns. But I'm gonna tell you like this: we couldn't have just beat the Bulls. We had the motherfuckers down 2-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals in '93 and lost in 6. Lost 4 straight. Yeah, man. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we were up 3-2 on Miami in like 97 in the semis. Lost that shit just for Miami, or 97 or 90. Yeah, 97, just for Miami to go to the conference finals and get swept by the Bulls. Happens, bro. It happens. So that's Chicago's luck. They got to get out of it. Everybody knows, not to say that the Knicks would have beaten them, but everybody knows we would have put up a better fight than Alonzo and Tim Hardaway did. We wouldn't have got swept. We got beat by the Bulls, but we ain't never get swept by them motherfuckers. These motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers beat us just to go get swept. It happens, bro. And the thing about it, not only were we up 3-2, that's the year when they had to divvy up them suspensions. Remember? For guys leaving the bench and shit like that. That's when PJ Brown flipped Charlie Ward. Remember that shit?
Y'all went to the NBA Finals 2 times in the 90s, right? Which was 94 and 99. One in which y'all lost to the Houston, which is reasonable because the Rockets were damn good back in 94. So y'all lost to them 4-3, right? Which is cool. And then the San Antonio Spurs, that's when they had Tim Duncan. I think David Robinson was still on the same team.
Hold up, what year you say?
That was a 1994 when y'all lost to the Rockets.
Bullshit. Tim Duncan was not in the NBA in 1994. You fucking
No. Y'all lost to the Spurs too in 99.
We lost to the Spurs in 99. Yes, with Tim Duncan in, I believe, his second year.
Exactly.
Yes. So yeah, that, but nah, not 90, not 94 or whatever. The San Antonio Spurs were a number 1 seed in 95 and they lost, in like the second round or some shit like that. But either way, just like I said, you remember that when all of those fucking suspensions, that's what led to Miami beating the Knicks, because the only motherfucker that ended up suspended for that shit was PJ Brown for the shit that he did. But it was like 7 Knicks players that got suspended. It was so many suspensions that they had to divvy them up for the final 2 games. Because had they suspended everybody all for the same game, we wouldn't have had enough players to suit up. We wouldn't even have had a starting lineup. Don't change the subject. That's the infamous, remember Jeff Van Gundy hanging on Alonzo Mourning's leg and shit? Yeah. Shit happens. Shit happens. Just so that they can go against the Bulls and get swept. So shit happens, bro. Everybody got to get a little lucky from time to time. Everybody does. But you also got to fucking play well, and you got to be able to avoid some bad luck. Hopefully the injury bug doesn't hit you, and it'll hit other teams at different times and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it fucking happens, bro. So respect our boys, you know, respect our boys and respect luck. Now, I do respect these Sixer fans right here. Did you hear this breakdown right here?
No, go through with it. Yes.
Huh?
No, I heard no breakdown.
Now listen, this is Sixer fans after they fell down 3-0.
Fuck the Knicks fans.
Nah, bro, don't be a pussy.
Fuck them.
You knew we couldn't fuck with these niggas when we pulled up. We tried to talk it into existence, nigga. We could keep it a bean. We tried to speak it into existence. How you gonna say fuck the Knicks because we pussy? Them niggas just walked in here with no fucking OG, cat and foul trouble all fucking game and walked us, nigga. What are you talking about? How you mad at the Knicks because we pussy? Right? It ain't like they cooking us and we playing well, nigga. We pussy.
It's jealousy.
All right, I respect that. Little cool.
It's jealousy. What, you want me to be happy for them
I'm
niggas?
not happy for them. I just don't want them to. This shouldn't hurt. We're used to this. This shouldn't damper your mood as much as it is.
Watching the game today.
You feel me? This dude, we're gonna listen to his breakdown in a moment. I had to get this dude $5 because he was popping a lot of shit about Knicks fans need to be humble after game 1 when we blew the motherfuckers out by almost 40. You know? And I was like, you know what? I get that. It's just one game. No matter if you win by 1 point or 39 or whatever, it's just one game. So series isn't over yet. Understandable. You know? So I didn't want to pop shit.
But that's like, you know what I'm saying? But that essentially is just losing by 40 points in game 1. I mean, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Bruh. You know, that right there is just key code. That, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how you, well, it's just game 1 game, but 40 points, man, just say a lot. It's just like a big old,
but as
billboard,
a
bro.
fan, I understood that. I'm not going to get into some gloating debate after one game. I did respect that because there's still more work to be done. But now we're up 3-1, 3-0. And now we could gloat, but rather than that, I'd rather let you motherfuckers give up on your own team. I don't have to talk you into giving up on your own team. I'll let you guys do it.
Hey, I really started to accept the fact that what we're trying to do is ridiculous. I mean, Joel Embiid's limping back to the bench. He's limping back onto the court. He falls down again. His teammates are trying to help him up. They can't even pick him up. He's like a dead body. They're trying to pick up off the floor. He limps over to the free throw line. He's holding his back. He's holding his hip. He's holding his ankle. He's holding his arm. He's holding his head. It's a wrap, dude. It's over. You can't do it anymore. And you're not going to compete with a team that has 2 guys like this. And what bothers me so much is that Daryl Morey is the only GM in the NBA that thinks age doesn't matter. He's the only one. You know, nobody wanted to give Paul George a contract. Daryl was like, oh, he was good in what, 2013, 14? Yeah, max contract. I'll take him. What is he? He's old? Oh, that doesn't matter. We don't care about age.
Paul George, Joel.
There you go. There you fucking go. Now, I had another one for you. Another reaction. This is a good one. Here. You're going to love this. I had to get a dude $5.
Yeah, you guys got me pissed off this morning, man. You guys got me damn hot this morning, all right? You got me damn hot this morning because I wake up and all I see is a bunch of bitching. That's all I see. People.
I would pull up the stream where I sent him a $5 super chat because he actually went live right after the 3-0. And I told him, I'm like, look, since I can't buy tickets in Philly, I'm just going to put statues in your chat. Right? Along with some other Sixers channels. I'm just going to put statues in your chat since y'all ain't letting me buy tickets in Philly. Y'all geo-blocking tickets and shit. Right? But I also sent a super chat that said, look, man, appreciate y'all, man. Y'all did us a favor. You knocked off Boston in 7 just to get swept by us. Very
7 with, let's call it out with no Jason Tatum.
I don't give a fuck. They're gone. We don't have to deal with the Boston Celtics, and we get to play against you motherfuckers with the home court advantage. Appreciate you. Right? Because, look, it's not even just a home court advantage. We even got a home court advantage in your building. Because the shit ain't but a 3-hour drive. We always take that shit over. And even if we don't take it over, it don't matter. We got 3 Villanova niggas on our squad. They gonna show up. Appreciate you doing all that dirty work for us. You know, where would we be without you? That's the least I can do is toss you $5, man. Look good looking out. Appreciate that. You know? And I don't think we'd have swept Boston. I believe we'd have beat the motherfuckers, but we wouldn't have swept them. We probably would have 5-game swept them. And granted, we haven't swept them yet, so I might be speaking a little soon. But shout out to him because he read my super chat and was like, when I said, I appreciate you, thanks. He said, you're welcome. Glad to help. Respect for that. You know, goddamn well, all you did was the Knicks a favor. You beat them niggas for no reason. Like you literally beat Boston for no reason. No reason at all. That's why I always said, I'm like, look, if my boys can't compete for a championship, I don't even want to make the fucking playoffs, bro. Like, fuck it. I don't even want to make the fucking playoffs, dude. Why bother? Why bother? You know? Now, I get it. They got these new lottery rules and shit. So, you know, you can make the playoffs and still get a lottery pick. You still get a lottery ball. But fuck that. I'd rather have a lottery pick. Real shit. But listen to this.
On the internet bitching about officiating in the game. Not just people on the internet, actually.
He's about to call out Joel Embiid on Joel Embiid's bullshit.
Not just Sixers fans. I expect regular everyday people to do dumb shit like that. Joel Embiid bitching about officiating. There's a couple things we got to do in this video. We got to hear what Joel Embiid said. I got to give my thoughts on that. And then I guess I got to break it down for you. I guess I have to show you the real reason the 76ers lost the game. And so we're going to cover some defensive plays from the 76ers and show you just how bad they were at guarding Jalen Brunson last night. And there's also this, like, why wasn't Tyrese Maxey more aggressive? Why didn't he do more? For the people that just look at a box score and didn't actually watch the game. How did he only have 17 points? You need more out of Tyrese Maxey. Well, since you didn't watch the game, I'm going to show you how the New York Knicks defended Tyrese Maxey that led to him only having 17 points in the game. All right?
Well, what should really alarm folks, if you're a Sixer fan, is how the fuck Paul George can have 15 in the first quarter and in the remaining 3 quarters, 0. You want to talk about that? Lord ADS, like not even a trip to the fucking free throw line. Nothing.
I mean, I think they put too much emphasis on Paul George too, man. Let's be honest. It wasn't all Paul George's fault. Embiid was looking okay. You know what I'm saying? Maxey was getting shut out. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't doing all that. You know, so it wasn't all on Paul George last game either, you know. But yeah, you're right. He had 0 points in the second half again.
Not even a fucking free throw attempt.
Not a one. Mm-mm.
But he's about to call out Joel.
I guess you need eye test Eastwood to show you what really happened. And before we get into it, this officiating thing, dude, it's not just Sixers fans, it's not just Knicks fans. Every NBA game now, all I see on the internet is people bitching about officiating, man. It's the most annoying thing ever. NBA officials are not good. I don't care. I'm not saying they are. But they're not deciding games. The Lakers had a crash out where they're having a meeting with the officials after the game against the Thunder. All this stuff, man. Officials are not deciding games. They make calls, they miss calls. The teams that are better are winning 7-game playoff series because they're the better team, man. It has nothing to do with officiating. Stop this officiating nonsense. Let's listen to what Joel Embiid said, man. Here we go.
I'm gonna say this much. Motherfucker, when you get your ass beat by 40, nigga, you could have got every fucking call and you probably still would have lost by 12. Got beat by 40, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
And then that's not even taking into accountability the shots they missed, right? You know what I'm saying? The shots, you would probably have to give them every call and at least give them half the shots they missed to even get back in this game.
So, I mean, you can't bitch when you get blown the fuck out by 40, bro. You can't bitch about calls, bro.
Nah.
Like, you really can't. But look at Joel Embiid has an excuse here. He's gonna say it's the free throw disparity. Did you watch Game 3?
Some of it. When they started getting blown out, though, at that point, I was just like,
Well, they didn't get blown out in Game 3. They didn't get blown out in Game 3.
Yeah,
and you talking about toward the end?
Yeah. When they were starting to kind of, you know.
Yeah, when we pulled away. Yeah. So, but you saw the first 3 quarters, first 3.5 quarters.
Yeah, a lot of it. Some of it.
Nick Nurse pulled the plug about 3 minutes left in the game. He pulled the plug, emptied out the bench. But that's just the point that I'm making. Joel Embiid is about to blame not just the reffing, but the free throw disparity. Now, mind you, there are about 8 times in that game, or at least 10, when they are intentionally fouling. You feel me? So, of course, there's a free throw disparity when you are intentionally fucking fouling. Like your coach is intentionally fouling Mitchell Robinson. So, of course, you're going to shoot less free throws than a team that's not intentionally fouling you. Right?
Facts.
Yeah, but listen to this stupid motherfucker, bro. Listen, and that's a shout out to this Sixers fan for calling this motherfucker out.
Each game may be different as far as the way it's being officiated. Do you think in any way there was some stuff being let go tonight or letting more stuff go tonight?
I'm not sure. Maybe it was let go on our end. They shot 32 free throws. We had 16. So, and we're not a team that shoots a lot of threes. We attack with the ball on the ground. So, yeah.
In 2020.
Now, you want to give your take on that before he gives his? ADS?
No. Let him give his take.
Okay.
26, we're a team that doesn't shoot a lot of threes. Just let that sink in.
I don't know. Just gotta, I guess it's good when New York wins. So.
All right, I got a couple things here, man. He said they shot 32 free throws and we shot 16. Joel Embiid, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy, Joel Embiid. I know you are. I know you're a very smart guy. You know that the 76ers played hack-a-mitch in this game. You know that Mitchell Robinson shot 8 free throws. because the 76ers were intentionally fouling him. All 8 free throws in the third quarter when the 76ers were playing hack-a-midge. So how are you, a smart guy, going to say they shot 32 free throws, or they shot 32 free throws and we shot 16, when you know 8 of those were from Nick Nurse playing hack-a-midge? Come on, Joe. Come on, man. The other thing I have a problem with.
Free throws, we had 16. So, I don't know. Just gotta, I guess it's good when New York wins. So,
I guess it's good when New York wins. He's insinuating that the NBA wants New York to win because it's a large market. This is loser mentality. That's exactly what this is. You didn't lose because the NBA wants New York to win. You lost because you played like dog shit. Paul George played like dog shit. The New York Knicks double, triple team Tyrese Maxey every time he put the ball on the floor because you guys were playing like dog shit. And you have no bench scoring. You lost because you're a bad team. That's why you lost. I hate this stuff, man. I hate this stuff. Now, let me show you something.
You disagree with his take? That's a real fan right there. Call your boys out when they play like dog shit and make excuses. Dumbass excuses at that. You lost the game by 14. There's a 16 free throw disparity. 8 of those were intentionally from your team. Like intentional fouls. So even if you were to remove those, even though Mitch hit 4 of them, but even if you were just to remove those altogether, your team still there's still an 8 free throw disparity. So you can remove those too, or we can just give you guys an extra 8 points. Let's say we just give those shits to you. You still lose the game by 6. You with me?
Yeah. They need a little extra there.
Even those calls that you say that they just gave us. Let's say you guys didn't intentionally foul, and the calls you say they gave us, they just gave them to you guys instead. You still lose the game by 6. And that's some shit. And as far as wanting the Knicks to win, the Knicks have not won shit. They haven't won the Eastern Conference in 7 years. They went to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years last year. They haven't won an NBA title since fucking 1973. Fuck you mean? They want New York to win. They want New York to win, but they didn't want Boston to win? Maybe a motherfucker like Joel Embiid would be able to stay a little healthier if he didn't throw himself at the fucking ground every goddamn play. Because I'm being real. Not only is that shit embarrassing for the league to have a 7-foot tall, 300-pound motherfucker throwing himself to the fucking ground and crying like a bitch when the referees don't call the opposing player for it. motherfucker, you can actually hurt somebody, bro. Like, I remember a few years ago, this motherfucker took out Danny Green's knees, throwing himself at the ground. And Danny Green was on his fucking team. You remember that shit, Lord?
Let's just be honest. Danny Green also took out Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson back in what year was that when they played Golden State, when the Raptors played Golden State? I forgot what year that was. Was it 2022? No, that was 2021, 2022, right? Something like that. So Danny Green yeah.
I mean, look, those were basketball plays, but at the same time, that's opposing players. Danny Green was his own teammate. That's why I'm bringing it up. I could bring up when he took out Mitchell Robinson because he was trying to get an offensive foul called, right? And he threw himself to the ground. The referee didn't call it, and instead of getting up from the ground, he just grabbed Mitchell Robinson's ankle. And Mitch ended up out for that game. And instead of Joel getting ejected like he should have for that dirty ass fucking play, he was left in the game and ended up dropping 50 on us and still lost the fucking series, in case everybody's got short memories. You remember that?
I mean, yeah.
But my point is, hey, that motherfucker is a danger to everybody on the court. Even his own teammates, bro. That nigga threw his... Danny Green was his teammate, dude. And him throwing himself at the fucking ground, he went into his own teammate's knee. Look at this shit.
I want to show you some bad defense from the 76ers. And then I want to show you some plays of how the New York Knicks were defending Tyrese Maxey. So let's go here. I could probably break this down with this simple Jalen Brunson highlight reel off of Twitter. Like, I don't even need to go to NBA.com to break this down, because I just saw this posted, and the first play I can break down all the issues. All right, let's watch this. Here you go in the first quarter, okay? Now, this is a dribble handoff with Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson. And then Mitchell Robinson is going to set a screen once Jalen Brunson gets the ball here. Notice what Joel Embiid does or doesn't do on this play. Watch. Josh Hart handoff, okay? Mitchell Robinson screen. Joel Embiid did not say anything to Paul George about this screen being here. Mitchell Robinson gets to set a blindside screen on Paul George because the Sixers do not communicate. Pow!
Which, hey, even on street basketball, this is unacceptable, bro. You can't just let your fucking man just get popped by a screen like that. You gotta let him know, bro. Pick on the left, dog. You know what I'm saying? Pick left. So he can brace himself for that screen, bro. Right or wrong, ADS?
That would be the right thing to do, but even
when you playing pickup ball on the fucking street.
You know what I'm saying? You call pick. You know what I'm saying? Pick. Say something.
Pick left.
Let me get knocked out.
Pick left. Hey, pick left. I gotta tell you what direction that shit's in, because I know you just moving. Right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, just like you said, pick. You gotta tell him something. Bro, look at this shit. Paul George got popped.
Disrespect.
You gonna blame the officials for that?
Nah.
Solid grown man screen, dog. Bow. One more time. Like, damn, dog.
Side screen on Paul George because the Sixers do not communicate. Pow! All right? Now, Paul George gets blasted by a blindside screen. Joel Embiid should see that happen And he should just switch on to Jalen Brunson. I know you can't guard Jalen Brunson on the perimeter, really, but he should just switch on to Jalen Brunson. He doesn't do that. He stays with Mitchell Robinson. And he leaves Jalen Brunson, of all people, wide open for three. This is why the 76ers lost, because
now, in his defense right there, the issue there is when he don't call out that goddamn screen. Or get right up in Jalen Brunson's shit. Like, you got to call out that screen and be right up in Jalen Brunson's shit. So that way Paul George can back the fuck up and take Mitchell Robinson rolling to the rim. Maybe impede his progress a little bit. So that way he can't just roll to the rim. But once he don't call out that screen, motherfucker, you giving up at least 2 fucking points. I can't even lie. At that point, you might be better off giving up the fucking jumper, because that lob is a 98% dunk. Like 98% possibility. That shit not line 98% lob. Boom. Flush. Right or wrong?
Facts.
Yeah. But once you let Paul George get popped like that, that's it, bro. There's about to be an open something.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about 2 open players, to be honest with you, because now you got one guy trying to play in the middle of the floor.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can't blame him for just having somewhat big man instincts and just, bro, I can't give up the lob. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't give up the lob, bro, because that's a fucking dunk, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is whatever. You farther from the basket, so I'd rather you shoot than this motherfucker dunk. Because that's a dunk. You know? And there's nothing you can do when he gets to that launch pad. You know? But the thing is that shit starts when you let Paul George get popped. Like, you can't let your guy get popped like that, bro. You know? And this is why OKC is so good. This don't happen with them. Not that often anyway. You know, they're on a string. You know, they communicate, they recover. They also have excellent on-ball defenders. You know? So.
This is how they defended Jalen Brunson. Do you want to see another one? Let's see this one. Kelly Oubre and Tyrese Maxey. Oh, I love this one, man. Let's get some Tyrese Maxey slander going, since you guys tell me I don't slander Tyrese Maxey. I've said all season, why does he overhelp and leave three-point shooters wide open? Watch Tyrese Maxey here. Kelly Oubre, in decent position, has Jalen Brunson going to his opposite hand. He's not a threat to drive with his right hand in this situation. Tyrese Maxey, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's just standing in no man's land for no reason. Wide open three for Mikal Bridges. Splash. I don't even think I don't need to break down anymore on the Jalen Brunson front. The Sixers, all season long, they've done this. They've played terrible perimeter defense all season long. And I've said it. I expected them to get swept by the Boston Celtics in the first round, because I didn't think the Celtics were going to shoot 20% from three on wide open threes all game, the whole series. This team is not good. In so many ways, they're not good. Now, the last thing I want to do, all of the why wasn't Tyrese Maxey more aggressive? Why didn't Tyrese Maxey shoot the ball more? Again, it's pretty simple to break down. I can show you just a couple of plays of how the New York Knicks defended Tyrese Maxey. Do you want to see this one? Look at this. Maxey, decoy screen from Joel, goes back to his right. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All eyes on Tyrese Maxey. This is how they defended him every play in the game. He's making the right play. Motherfuckers wanted him to shoot 30 shots over triple teams. And then you would have said, why did Tyrese Maxey ball hog all game? Why did Tyrese Maxey take so many bad shots in double coverage and triple coverage? So he can't win. The Knicks played this strategy because we're going to take the ball out of Tyrese Maxey's hands, because we're going to live with Kelly Oubre chucking corner threes, bro. That's our strategy. We're going to live with Kelly Oubre chucking corner threes. We will take the ball out of Maxey's hands. Let's get another one here. Let's get another one. What we got on this one? Let's see. What we got on this one? Let's see. Okay, here's a pick and roll with Andre Drummond. Now this is a good play. Maxey makes the right play. Y'all want him to be a playmaker, right? He's not a point guard. He's not a playmaker. Then he plays like a point guard and a playmaker, and other people can't put the ball in the hoop, so now he didn't shoot the ball enough. Let's see. Let's see. Man, let's see. Oh, yeah, another reason Tyrese Maxey didn't shoot the ball enough is because Paul George and Joel Embiid had the ball the whole game. Look. Now, this is...
I'm about to get up out of here. You get your final words out, bro. I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Great show, Ed T. Thank you for having me up.
On that note, man, hey, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Just wanted to show that. I thought that was pretty fucking funny. I'm about to go watch the Knicks play, go hang out with my mother. I want to thank everybody for coming through, everybody that supported. You know what I'm saying? Lord ADS, Primish Bali, you know what I'm saying? They came up too. All right. Appreciate y'all, man. That was fun. Shout out to Emperor Kojak. You know what I'm saying? We're going to watch some good basketball. But happy Mother's Day to everybody that, all the mothers, just all the mothers, period. You know what I'm saying? It was a pleasure. I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.